Usually I do that. One second. If it's spell, I'd be dangerous. Carla, let me know, run.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Okay, we're live on YouTube, so nobody's saying anything.
We are live.
We are live, it's hot. Ooh, excuse me.
You can begin, Tony.
Okay, sorry. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Review Session for May 8th, 2023. Please be reminded, there's no public testimony during review session. Madam Chair.
Okay. Before we start today's hearing, good morning. I want to let everybody know that we have transitioned to hybrid mode and commissioners are meeting in person at 22 Reed Street, absent any unforeseen extraordinary circumstances pursuant to board's adopted rules. Board is now conducting hybrid hearing. Applicants and public may appear in person, but more importantly, hybrid mode allows all applicants and public participants to join in virtually. Madam Matias.
Is that it? Okay. I just emailed something. Okay, sorry. The first item up on the calendar is adjournments. Item number 1, 2018-188, 189A, 194-28, 194-32 Dunton Avenue, Queens.
I just wanted to say that the applicant did provide a letter giving us an update on the status, and the applicant is working to resolve the outstanding DOT comments to close on the GCL 35, and the new architect that has been retained by the owner is preparing to file a new builder's pavement plan. I believe the architect has reached out to DOT. So just an update on that. Thank you.
Item number 2, 2021-48 on 49A, 42 on 72 Schmieg Avenue, Staten Island.
Yes, we are still waiting for SECRA sign off.
Item number 3, 2019-256 BZ, 1508 Avenue Z, Brooklyn. Item number 4, 2022-51 BZ, 10720 154th Street, Queens. Postponements. Item number 5, 2022-66 BZ, 405 Arthur Kill Road, Staten Island. Item number 6, 2021-63 BZ, 4606 Ditmars Boulevard, Queens. The following item is deferred. Item number 7, 2021-64 BZ, 205-207 Graves Neck Road, Brooklyn. The following are decisions. Item number 8, 34403 BZ, 2777 Flatbush Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, the applicant has submitted a revised plan in response to board's comments. Any questions or comments? That commissioners are satisfied? Everybody's shaking their head in agreement. So I make a motion to approve the extension of term and modify prior board condition.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, 49883 BZ, 2131 Highland.
General
Hold on,
counsel
Ms.
might
Wagner?
needs to mute.
Someone needs to mute. Okay.
Okay.
Once again, item number 9, 49883 BZ, 2131 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay, the applicant has submitted a revised statement of fact and a letter responding to all the comments that were stated at the public hearing. So I make a recommendation to approve for a grant of extension of time for 4 years.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 2017-31 BZ, 10717 34th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, applicant is requesting a 3 years extension to obtain certificate of occupancy. So make a motion to,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, maybe you didn't get, I submitted a revised statement. They wanted 4 years,
oh,
4 years.
I did not see it.
Okay, I'll
Thank you for
resubmit it.
correcting it. So as I'm being told, yeah, the applicant is requesting a 4 years extension to obtain the CO. I am okay with that. Are the commissioners okay with it? They're in agreement. So make a motion to approve a extension of time for a period of 4 years.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 11, 2018-48 BZ, 5205 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
No submission was required. I'll make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Application has been granted. Oops. That's the fourth. Oh, sorry. Excuse me a second. Sorry about that. Item number 12. 2021-57A, 1990 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay. We will need to defer it. We received a letter very late on Friday from DOT, so we need to review it and discuss it further before we can make a decision on the approval.
Okay. Item number 13, 2022-14 BZ, 1961 East 21st Street, Brooklyn.
Right, no submission was required, so I make a motion to approve with the following conditions. That the approval of exterior walls and or joist in excess of those indicated on the BSA approved plan shall void the special permit.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 14, 2022-48A, 40-01, 169th Street, Queens.
Okay, the applicant has submitted a revised set of site plan in response to DOB comments and
DOT comments.
hold on, I'm just DOT or DEP, sorry, DEP comments.
DEP, okay.
DEP comments.
You had said
yeah.
DOB, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my mistake.
Okay.
Apologies. The applicant also provided a do-it map showing the nearest 10-year capital improvement plan in the vicinity of the project site. The site is not located near any capital improvement site, and the easement reference and the referencing the map street. It is a Department of Finance designation of a map street. Those were the clarification we had asked the applicant to provide. It has been provided. I'm satisfied with it. Our commissioners? Okay, so with that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 15, 2018-173 BZ, 128 Beach 9th Street, Queens.
I think we're still waiting for a sign up on the WRP.
Right.
So need to defer it.
Okay. And item number 16, 2019-304 BZ, 2019-305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay, on this application also, we need to defer it. We are still waiting for a sign off on the SUPRA.
Continued hearing items on the special order calendar. Item number 17, 867 55 BZ, 6615 Borden Avenue, Queens.
Okay, the application was last heard on March 27th. A revised set of information has been provided based on board's comments. Specifically, the plans have been revised. The size of the canopy has been reduced, and it would also, I think, address some of the concern that was raised by the board with regards to the illumination, and that may affect the abutting residential uses. The applicant is also is proposing to reduce the width of the existing easternmost curb cut from 30-foot width to 22-foot width, and and is proposing an 8-foot high solid green vinyl fence. A sample has been provided that would be located along Clinton Avenue. So I'm overall satisfied with the proposed changes. However, I want the applicant to note that one of the conditions was to obtain the certificate of occupancy by November 19, 2023. So I do not think all these improvements will be in place by then, and to obtain a certificate of occupancy, I think the applicant may want to use this time, also request an extension of time to obtain a CO. And I would like to know what is the proposed timeline for completing all these improvements. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
The only thing I would add is that they did propose to remove the 2 of the illuminated signs.
Right.
And they also did submit a trash enclosure that was metal,
Yes, that is a significant improvement. Thank you for bringing that.
nothing
Yeah.
further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional comments.
thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you, significant improvements were like suggested in this submission and added to the plans. I will just emphasize about the fringe aspect of it. They proposing to, they first of all, they showed they indicated the drains, the existing drains on site, on the site plans. In addition to that, they added some trench drains / line drains to take care of the stormwater that's coming out of the site. I just would add one disclaimer to that. And I need the applicant to confirm this on the record, that if what is proposed is proven to be insufficient, like during the operation, they will need to probably improve the drainage on site, because I didn't design the size of the drain, and I'm not sure how much stormwater is coming exactly out of the site. If any flooding issues or so arise in the future, they will need to improve the drainage of the site. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Okay. I'm assuming there are some standard requirements of how much annual rainfall and other that would need to be collected. And if all of that, if what is being proposed meets those standard protocol, one can't foresee the unforeseen natural calamities, right? I'm talking about more natural standard rainfall.
It's too many factors. We haven't seen any, and we don't want to see that. We haven't seen any calcs, but it depends on so many factors. Of course, there is a standard rainstorm that everyone should design for, that's being forced by the DEP.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the size of the drain, we don't have it, that extent, the roughness of the pavement of the station itself. Too many factors that we don't want to look at because this is beyond our scope. But I'm saying, if at the end of the day, even if you design it right and you install it right and it doesn't work, I just want to put a disclaimer that if this happens, we will need to fix it. And hopefully not, because it was designed and proposed by a professional engineer. So
You want like a condition in the resolution or?
no, it just on the record.
Oh, okay.
If
Okay.
any flooding issues arise in the future, we'll fix it. And he needs to confirm that, and that's all.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. No further comments. Item number 18, 12992 BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Okay. So it was heard, this application was heard on March 13th. And we have received an amended plan and fees have been paid. and also received a revised DOB objection and a revised statement of facts. So I'm satisfied with it. I am ready to close. Any comments from the commissioners, Vice Chair Shibata,
No further comments.
okay, Commissioner Otley Brown?
So as this amendment is really a belts and suspenders situation, in the event that DOB determined the area under the canopy was indeed an increase in floor area of 458 square feet, they do go through the findings on the statement of facts and findings, but they don't submit a financial analysis. But in this case, considering that it really is an unfinished outdoor area with a canopy that isn't real property, but rather a fixture, which could be removed at any time, I don't think that this amendment implicates the e-finding in any negative way. And so therefore, for this case, this specific situation, I don't feel that a financial report is required. And so I feel that they have met the findings without it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine with the application. I don't have any comments, but maybe I'm wrong, but I do believe that I saw a ZRD that's coming from DOB, or maybe they indicated that in one of their submissions.
Earlier submissions,
Yeah, that.
but we
that-
never received it.
Oh, okay. So they said it in their submission, but we never saw the ZRD.
And
Yeah.
as Commissioner Otley Brown said, it's a
Okay.
belts and suspenders. Instead of waiting for it, they're proposing the amendment. They have, and this increases the floor area a little bit. They have the floor area and they are allowed to do so.
I got it. Thank you.
You don't have any other additional comments?
I started with saying I don't have any comment.
Okay, thank you.
But I was like, my concern was like, if we have the ZRD and we're missing it, that might be a problem.
Okay,
So I just wanted to make sure that we don't have it.
thank you. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I have no further comments.
thank you.
Item number 19, 16795 BZ, 12120 Springfield Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, the application was last heard on March 13th. The applicant, as directed, has removed the barbed wires, and to that effect, photos have been provided. I don't have any additional comments. I'm satisfied with it. Vice Chair Shibata.
I'm satisfied with this application. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
So while they did remove the barbed wire, the photo shows that the barbed wire framework remains, and they should just remove that to ensure that it isn't reinstalled after the grant.
Okay,
No other comments.
thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Item number 221200 BZ, 64666 South Conduit, Brooklyn. South Conduit, Brooklyn?
Yep,
Okay.
portion of conduit does go.
That's true,
Yep.
sorry.
The initial hearing on this application was last heard on February 6th. The operator has made improvements to the site per board's comments. Photos have been provided of before and after condition of the improvement. It is very helpful to look at the before and compare that to the after, so I do appreciate that. With regards to restoring the curb cuts and the sidewalk along South Conduit Boulevard and Sheridan Avenue, the operator has secured a contract from Molina General Construction. My question is, what is the estimated timeline to complete that work? It is an important component because it does speak to the safety and security of not only of the vehicles, but also of pedestrians. With regards to, there's a little.
Is someone moving their
fluctuating.
mics or something?
Can everybody else mute?
Carlo? I don't have audio.
Carlo?
Is it Ted?
Or Benoit? No, Benoit's muted.
Could everyone mute, please? Ted?
Compliance officer. I think it's, can we mute him?
Am I the host in this thing? Hold on. I don't even see Ted on this thing. Oh, here we go.
Can you? I'm not able to.
Mute. Yeah. I just tried it. I guess I'm not,
Okay, he's on hold.
okay.
No.
I should be able to mute him. Should not.
I'm not able to.
Yeah, that's weird.
Sorry, we are having little technical difficulties, so we
Sorry,
want to
ladies and
correct that so
gentlemen.
that we don't get the feed
it-
and it affects
I
the
think it
hearing.
dropped, but it sounds like it's not him. It's
Yeah. Tell Carlo.
not him.
All right. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. So maybe, do you want to continue?
Okay,
Yeah, it's not very loud. So, okay.
all right.
Okay. Oh, we finished with 212?
No,
No,
not
let's
at
go
all.
212.
With regards to auto leasing, the applicant represents that the auto leasing component is located inside the convenience store. It is a shared space. The leasing area, it's really is functioning as an office use, as a satellite office for this American leasing company. There is no physical leasing of vehicles taking place on the site. Vehicles are stored offsite at a location in the Bronx. And therefore, the applicant states it's not a use group 9, which is a showroom and inventory of vehicle, but more of a use group 6 for auto leasing. We also received an email from Community Board 5. Community Board has provided this email in support of the street art. And Community Board is also requesting that a 10-year term instead of a 20-year term be considered. And has asked the operator to upkeep and maintain the sidewalk signage among others, and possible investment towards planting and greening along the perimeter of the site. So it's pretty consistent with some of the comments that we at the board had raised at the last hearing. Fire department's violations have been cured according to the letter provided by the applicant. The applicant has also provided additional information regarding vehicular detailing and states that no water will be used. Detailing is done by appointments only, and there would be no staging of cars to be serviced. At the same time, the operator is exploring the logistics of amending the application to show, to allow for a covered vehicle detailing area, because that, as we discussed at earlier case, the Cross Island Parkway one, while a ZRD is in place for a covered area, we have not received a response, and we do not think it may be possible to get a ZRD waiver on the FAR. So in that case, the applicant is using belts and suspenders as a way to increase the FAR for the covered area. Do not know if it is possible or allowed at this location. So those are the elements the applicant is looking at. So I want to, these are my comments, and that is, I do appreciate the effort the operator has undertaken to improve the site condition. The applicant is seeking additional time to improve the site. And I need to know how long that would be, especially the improvements to the curb cuts. And regarding the detailing, I do need a little bit more information, because as far as with my limited experience, I think typically detailing is an additional service that a client opts for when one goes for car cleaning. And it's at that time a detailing done. So I'm not sure if a special appointment is needed. So I would like a little bit of clarification regarding that. And I am generally okay with the idea of it, but I need to understand it, especially I want to make sure there won't be any runoff. There won't be any queuing of vehicles that will affect circulation within the site, and definitely something that would not affect any vehicles waiting on the sidewalk and affecting the pedestrian and other vehicular circulation along any of the street frontages. So those are my comments based on the application information provided. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I just would add that they have commenced on beautification of the site. The walls and fences have been painted on portions of the building. The pumps have been upgraded. And the tree wells surrounding the site have been cleared, leveled. Other than that, I agree with your comments and have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
As to the detailing, my experience with detailing is that it's more of an intensive interior cleaning of the car that occurs either before or after the exterior washing. So usually if your car is particularly dirty or has some kind of issues with their paint job, they then go specifically into those areas and do like a deep hand cleaning of it. And so that could involve vacuuming hard to reach places, helping to polish your leather seats with the proper leather cleaner, polishing out stubborn stains in your exterior paint job. But my observations of detailing, I never see water being used to do it.
I'll also, Vice Chair Shabet, I'll second that. Generally, on the exterior is also waxing and compounding, but it's after the vehicle's already washed. And it's also it's a far more expensive process. So I do find it credible, the statement that this is not a situation where you'll get much queuing for the detailing portion of it.
Okay, so when you say when the applicant is stating appointment, it is basically, it's not a stated appointment that we expect the doctors. It's more like as part of the whole cleanup or fixing of the vehicles, you schedule it.
I mean, generally, you can just do it on site when you arrive and they ask you which services you want. There's usually like a whole list of packages you can get. And the price goes up and up and up, and detailing usually like starts at $50 to $70 and goes to like 100 to 125. And there are a list of different things that they can do.
So it is very specific and selective, and that basically addresses the volume of
Right.
vehicles as Vice Chair was saying, so that,
Right, like you rarely do it. Like I do it like once a year.
okay,
So I think most people nobody does it more than once a month. I don't
too
think. I think
expensive.
it's cost prohibitive to do it like that. So there probably won't be much of a queue.
okay. All right. Thank you for that. I do look towards those who drive more frequently to give me insight on that. so.
And carry dirty cargo.
Mean children.
In your case, it's your
It's a
dog.
pet,
Oh,
in my case.
I have kids who play soccer.
Oh, Hendrix. Poor Hendrix. Any other comments from you, Commissioner Otley Brown? Those were,
No other comment.
okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's being said. I just want to touch on three separate issues. I start with the latest one. The detailing, yes, I agree. The detailing is totally different from car wash. It doesn't produce much to any water, I would say. Usually using chemicals and the sprays inside and outside, shampoos. The important thing for me for the car detailing is it's a significantly slower operation as it compares to car wash. Probably you can wash your car in 10 minutes if you have a mechanical washer inside. But detailing, probably if it's the expensive one, might be up to 3 hours. So that being said, like allowing car detailing on this site, we want to make sure that the area that's been associated with the detailing is well defined on the plan. And they're gonna play with the rules. They're gonna abide like by just restricting the detailing to this area. It's not gonna impact the rest of the site nor the surroundings. So this is on the car detailing. On the auto leasing, I'm fine with allowing the auto leasing, provided that a condition in the like resolution if we grant that says that this is just a satellite office, no cars will be stored on site as they described in their submission. Making sure, so we make sure that it's not gonna be any additional burden storage-wise, car storage-wise will be added to the site because of that use that we may legalize. The third issue is on the term. I would support the community board request granting 10 instead of 20, but noting that the current term expired almost 2 years ago, April 21. So I would be in favor of like granting 10 years from the granting. So it's kind of like, yeah, and the reason I'm saying that is because we're legalizing, if we grant this case, it's gonna be like 2 new uses at least that will be legalized, the car detailing and the auto leasing. And we want to make sure that we keep an eye on this side, just in case if something happened, we can bring it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with what Commissioner Sheta said. I think we should make sure that a detailing area is clearly demarcated to prevent queuing because people do come and they'll say, how long? And say, oh, come back in an hour. Maybe they leave their car.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's possible that queuing could form. So I think it's important to make sure that we take measures to prevent that. The signage analysis was not, I didn't see an updated signage analysis. I wonder if there's still, it's a C12. So even with the removal of some of the signs, I'm not sure if they're compliant. I drove by, I can't remember when it was, but it was at night, every time you go to JFK. So there's a very bright flashing light, and that has been there for a long time. I don't know if it's still there, but it looks like above the mini market, there is some kind of, whether it's just a ticker, like a ticker sign, or it's the flashing sign. In any case, don't believe flashing signs are permitted in this district, so
No,
we need.
it is not.
Yeah, so I need confirmation from the applicant about whether there is a flashing sign. And if that's already been removed, and then when we can expect the updated signage analysis. That's all I have. Thank you.
Our commissioners are working 24/7,
All the time.
evident. Thank you.
They have a highly visible site, so.
Yes, the photos did show that some of the signs had been removed. However, you're right, we do not have an updated sign analysis. Whatever it will, we will put a condition that the signage on this site shall be reviewed and approved by DOB to be consistent with the underlying signage regulations. Commissioner Sheta, you raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, since sometimes I pick negatives on this case, I just wanna like praise the applicant for the very like well-organized cover letter. I believe this should be like an example for cover letters. I have seen some submissions from other applicants without even a cover or without like a very flimsy covers. So I would suggest that the.
We'll add it to our sample list. Thank you.
Yeah, I would suggest that the PM keep this in our records as a sample. It's an excellent cover letter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Shibata.
I just want to add a note to the applicant. There are a lot of representations that the board here is relying on. We will be, if this is to be granted, our compliance officer will make a visit after grant to ensure the compliance and some of the concerns that were mentioned by the board with regard to queuing of the detailing area and that light that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you, Vice Chair Shibata. This should be monitored. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Let's go to the new cases.
New cases, item number 21, 636 70BZ, 105 45 to 105-55, Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
We have received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. It is an application to amend a previously approved special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-211 for an auto repair with gasoline service station to convert the existing snack shop and a repair bay to an accessory convenience store. As this was, the special permit was granted back in 1971. And the applicant state a CO was issued last was in 1973. I did not see the latest CO document in our folders. The applicant needs to provide a compliance chart. And the applicant, as I stated, is proposing to reduce auto repair bays from 3 to 2 and enlarge the snack shop. I believe the applicant needs to provide an analysis regarding the convenience store to indicate that it complies with the TPPN. Commissioner Otley Brown, our Executive Director Costanza may correct me if I'm wrong. With regards to the hours of operation, no changes being proposed. The trash enclosure is in need of repair. It is, the doors are caving in. With regards to the landscaping, while there is landscaping in place, however, the curb, the raised curb along the planted bed and in the rear lot line, it's in poor condition. And that needs to be fixed. Otherwise, the soil is going to run off and it will make it difficult for their plants to thrive. Also, it is a place where car wash machines are located, it seems from the drawings, from the photos. And there are gaps in the planting, especially where the car wash area is. So that needs to be replanted. I do need photographs of the interior lot line condition. With regards to the lighting, it has been provided. The lumen level at the rear lot line, especially abutting the residential portion, is at 4. So the use abutting the subject site is a residential building with a parking lot, and the parking lot is immediately adjacent to the rear lot line. And the applicant states that the building itself has its own lighting to light the parking area. So I think maybe in this case, since the abutting use is a parking area, and the applicant is stating that the lighting from the abutting residential building is also lighting up the parking area, I don't believe the lumen level from the existing building will, from the existing site, subject site will be of a concern. However, should the abutting residents do raise concern, the applicant needs to address it. So I would like the applicant to add a note to the plan stating that all light sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from residences to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. And I say this because if the lampposts are pretty high and the lights are being cast, it may be going, you're better off putting the shields to make sure that it is not going to be a nuisance for the residents on the building that is, though not immediately close, at least 20 feet away. So the overall site condition, I noticed that based on Google Street View, that is, there's graffiti on the fence, and there are clothing bins next to the air tower. These bins are not at all in good conditions, and I'm not sure if these clothing bins are being removed or proposed to be kept, because I did not see it indicated in the revised plan. The applicant needs to stripe the parking spaces and indicate drainage to capture the car wash area. Also, there are 2 open ECB violations. I would like the applicant to provide an update on the status of the violations. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I too also did see the graffiti on the submission. They submitted photos. I believe it was the first photograph that showed graffiti on the fence. I believe the clothing bins were removed because they weren't in the pictorial that was submitted, but they were in the Google images. I'd asked them to clarify that. There is also a great deal of just trash along the sight line, along the borderline, and that they certainly need to be much more neighborly. With regard to the application itself, I don't have any objection to it at this point, but I agree with the comments that were made.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I believe it wouldn't be difficult for them to show their compliance with the TPN regarding the convenience store selling floor, because right now the building size, the proposed building size is 1,964 square feet, and that in and of itself is both less than 25% of the lot size or less than the 2,500 square foot maximum. So all they have to do, and I'm sure the architect has that information on hand, is to just detail what the selling floor is. But it is clear that it would comply with the TPN. And other than that, I noticed in the photos, there's Kohler equipment on site. And the question is, what are they treating and how long will it be there?
I thought on the Kohler equipment's emergency purposes, is that what they?
Isn't it usually cleanup issues, monitoring for cleanup?
Okay, oh, you're saying, soil vapor.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay,
thinking.
Okay.
So I would like to know.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I second the comments from my colleagues. What I would add on this application are two things. The first thing is the description of the site in the statement of facts. I just praised one of the submissions to the board, and I said it's excellent. On this one, actually, I was struggling reading through the statement of facts. Reason for that is when you look at the site description, it should be so simple. The site is that area. It's bounded by such and such. The frontage is this. But on this side, I was struggling, looking at the map and looking at the statement and making sure that we jive, and I couldn't see that. The description of the site that's provided in the statement of facts actually is very scientific. It's based on degrees, minutes, and seconds. Even a guy like me who studied surveying in the college for 2 years, I wasn't able actually to follow smoothly. So I would suggest that they take a look at that, make it simple. The site is that square feet in size, its frontage on such a street as this, on that street is that, and that simple. This is on the site description. I wasn't able to see that, the expiration date for the previous grant. Again, maybe because the statement of facts is not that well organized. And the third issue is on the lighting. I do believe that the lighting plan that's provided is not based on computer modeling, which is, for me, it's kind of strange. I believe it's based on measurements. And I do believe that when they made the measurements, if you look at the plan, there are 2 lights. One of them is on the subject side at the right, where the reading is 3. And then when you look at the reading, which is 4, you can see in the back at the adjacent building, adjacent residential in the back, there is a light at that building. I do believe that the reading that is 4 and 3 is a collective impact from the subject site lighting and the adjacent lot light. I'm not asking them to turn the lights off, but I'm giving them a clue to help them in the future. When you encounter something like that, when you measure, don't give yourself a hard time. Try to separate the 2 impacts. Measure one and then measure the other one, or even quantify based on the type of the light that's on the adjacent residential. Say we assume that it's 2 candles from this guy and from and this guy is 4, so then it is 2. So you make it easier for us to judge what's going on. But I do agree that no further action from their side need to be taken. Just put a comment that in case of complaints, they give us confirmation that they will shield and fix. That's all what I have on this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with all of the comments that have been made. There is a note on the Lumen plan that says if there are any issues raised by adjoining residents, the site will bring the lighting down to 1 or less lumens. I think that's you could, anyway, maybe it's easier for the applicant if you are less specific and that you would address the lumens if they become an issue, because one or less may be difficult to achieve.
Okay.
But otherwise, I agree with all the other comments that have been made. I have nothing further.
Thank you. How did you catch that?
Oh, no, just because when you bring it up, I just double check it, so I have the opportunity of I have the advantage of going last, let's say.
It's, I think I like this chemistry here. Like, whatever we say, there's someone to fact check us at the end of it. So our record is very clear.
Another clue, this is Commissioner Shira, another clue to everyone who submits to us, especially drones. When we have you put a disclaimer on your drones, we ask you to make it large and bold and sometimes boxed and underlined if it's so important. Whoever reads, maybe he's sick, maybe he's tired, maybe he's not focusing, maybe he's not specialized in what he's looking at. So if you want to convey a message, make it big, make it bold, make it clear. That
I'll agree with it, but on a case by case, because some cases, there are so many things to be bolded, it's very difficult. So sometimes letters do magic, where you highlight what it is and it brings to our attention, and then Commissioner Yoon doesn't even have to look for it. We all get to see it right at the beginning. Thank you all.
Next item, item number 22. 30879 BZ, 43 Clark Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, so we received proof of service of initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. It is an application for an amendment for a previously approved variance for a change in the operator of a health and fitness establishment and extend the term, extend the time to obtain CO and waiver of board's rule. This while we know the zoning text amendment was made with regards to health and fitness club, but this particular fitness club exceeds 10,000 square feet and is therefore use group 9. So that is one of the reason it is before us. And all the applicant is requesting is change in the operator and the hours of operation. I believe the hours of operation will change to 6 a.m. instead from 8 a.m. And I just had a question, and that is, does a change in operator require a DOI review like we did it prior to PCE?
I know that's what we typically require under the new zoning tech,
No, Madam Chair.
no more, right? We're,
No, that was a requirement of the special permit. That's no longer a requirement. These uses just are either conforming, non-conforming. It's just like any other business today.
Got
okay,
it.
thank you, Carl.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Executive Director Costanza. There are open violations. I would like the applicant to provide a timeline of curing the violations and provide a timeline to obtain the CO and a status update. Also, this is in a historic district, and I believe the building is in a designated landmark, so I would like to know the status of the LPC review. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I don't, have we found anything on, did they show a signing analysis on this?
There's hardly, I think they did, but there's hardly any sign in this building.
Oh.
It's just the Sarah Otley Brown.
Oh,
The-
Yes,
sorry.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
It's just the lettering on the awning.
Ah, okay. I have no comment. I have no further comments on this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me on this application.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with your comments, Chair. And the only thing to add is you asked for a status and timeline to obtain CO. And if the applicant could clarify what changes are actually being made to the facility when you compare the previously approved plans to the current plans, it doesn't seem like anything significant seems to be changing, but just to confirm that since there is a whole new set of plans and a new architect.
I thought they said.
I
no
think there is
changes.
no changes,
It was
that
the
they- or if
hours.
it's like minor alteration of certain interior partitions, that's what I seem to remember from the notes, but the major substantive and like the swimming pool still is in place. and,
Yeah.
Those,
But the change of hours isn't.
the change of hours is an important part. I think if there's any change in the interior partitions, we really don't want to weigh in on it. It's,
Okay.
is
Yeah.
there anything specific that
I
you
just
saw
kno-
the discrepancy that I didn't pick up on?
No, I didn't notice any discrepancy. I know that they have a great architecture firm on board that provided plans, which means that I would assume that they're doing some changes,
Okay.
specifically because this firm is known for their design. So I just wanted them to clarify what they're doing. I believe it's just interior improvements based on what the statement of facts said, but that would be great for them to clarify.
Okay. All right. Maybe the applicant can just walk us through what is being proposed. Thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 23, 2019, 16 BZ, 25001 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
We have received proof of service of our initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve. This is 27 in favor, 15 against, with conditions. Condition being that Marathon Parkway signage should be showing entrance only and maintain landscaping and add striping on the ground showing direction. This is an application for an amendment of an existing accessory drive-through facility to an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment and that was previously approved pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-243 and an extension of term which is set to expire in 2026 and waiver of board's rule for filing more than 1 year before the expiration. I think most of the commissioners are very familiar with this site. It was before us as late as 2021. The applicant is proposing an as-of-right horizontal enlargement of the existing eating and drinking establishment. And that is affecting the placement of the drive-through, and the placement of the drive-through is pushed back a little bit. And therefore it is the applicant is also proposing some changes. And one of the changes is that currently both entrance and exit is permitted from Northern Boulevard and also from Marathon Parkway. The proposal is to continue to allow entrance and exit from Northern Boulevard, but only allow entrance from Marathon Parkway and not allow exit onto Marathon Parkway. And I believe this is something the board the community board had also requested in the earlier hearing. So this was a concern the board had. The applicant is also proposing to reduce the total number of parking spaces on the site, but that's not before us. It's a permitted use, but as part of the finding, the required amount of parking that is being proposed, it is pursuant to the underlying regulation. The location of the menu board, because the drive-through lane is being shifted, the location of the menu board will also shift, and it would be located 50 feet from the nearest residential lot line, and is also proposing to revise the landscaping. So I do have some comments, especially with regards to the landscaping. It is not clear from the plan if the existing picket fence is being retained. Applicant needs to indicate on the plan the proposed fence material height along the residential lot line and along the northeastern lot line. I also, the drawing also needs to provide a show a no exit sign within the site facing the entrance from Marathon Parkway. This is again, people get used to their habits, and having that sign which says no exit onto Marathon is critical. Because the applicant is not proposing to change the width of the curb cut that is located on Marathon Parkway. And physically also there is no change that is being proposed. So anybody can make that right turn. So there has to be a sign that clearly indicates no exit onto Marathon Parkway. Also, I was trying to figure out how a pedestrian who parks their car in the parking area especially along Marathon Parkway frontage, will be able to access the building. So I did not see a pedestrian crosswalk that would enable a pedestrian to cross the drive-through lane and enter the building. So the applicant could clarify, that would be helpful. There's no change in hours of operation proposed, and the trash enclosure will remain unaffected. As I mentioned, a major part of the improvement that is being proposed is along with regards to landscaping. Though based on the site photos provided, and as I recall from my last site visit, there are a lot of mature, tall evergreens that are planted along the northern corner, along the rear lot line and the side lot line. And it wasn't clear from the landscape plan whether those are being proposed to be replaced with, and especially along the northern corner behind the trash enclosure, if that is being replaced with hydro seed lawn over 6-inch new topsoil. That's what the drawing states. And my question is, why not keep the existing tall mature plants at this location along with some greening at the corner, at the grade level, that is. While I support the conversion of asphalt to green space, it should be planted surface and not an asphalt surface. Same goes for the portion of the greening along the Marathon Parkway entrance. It is proposed to be changed both from an entrance and exit to only entrance. So in lieu of striping the area to reduce the width of the access way, I would strongly recommend the applicant consider extending the planting bed. This would physically prevent any vehicles from exiting onto Marathon. With regards to drawing BSA 07, section AA shows a different type of plants than indicated on the plan and the landscaping schedule. I'm assuming plants in front of the building will be shorter shrubbery. Same goes for section BB plants. They are not matching the plans and the schedule. My another question is, will there be any greening provided along the parking space along Marathon? Currently, there is a small strip of green with shrubberies. It's not clear from the plan if that is being retained. There is currently a metal guard rail, and my question is that also going to be retained? Because we want to make sure that the vehicles remain contained within the site and not extend all the way onto the sidewalk and be an encumbrance and a safety issue with regards to pedestrian. With regards to lighting, there should be a lighting node that states all lighting sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from residences to minimize any adverse effect on the surrounding residences. The applicant has submitted a statement of findings and represents that the proposed change will continue to meet the findings. I don't think there would be any changes to the special permit findings. I'm okay with it. Though I have a question, and that is if a tech memo is required, especially with regards to zoning resolution section 7303 finding, finding D. That's a question I have. Vice Chair Shibata.
I believe, I agree with your comments. They did provide a tech memo approximately, I believe, on Thursday.
Oh, I did not see it. Thank you.
I agree with your comments. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions or comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments, and on the lighting side, very quickly, I agree that you need to add some language indicating that if any complaints arises, or if there is any current complaint, and this is actually my second question, is there any complaint about lighting or noise at the adjacent residential? If they have any complaints, I would like to them to educate us about that. But they need to add the typical note that if there is no complaint currently and any complaint arises in the future, they will fix. On the noise, same thing. I do believe that the noise is not gonna like significantly or the impact on the adjacent residential would be manageable if they have an AVC and it's on all the time. So we need a confirmation from them that the ABC is there. What was provided previously in the, like, during the previous grant is an ABC, and it is there and it's in operation for the time span. Whenever this drive-through is in operation, the ABC is on all the time. This is not picking on them, my upcoming comment, but if you look at ESA-13, if you look at section AA, the orientation, it's shown on the plan. The building should be on the right and the fence should be on the left, the way the arrows are shown on the plan. If you want to show it the way you are showing it right now, on the section view, it's section AA, you need to switch the arrows, mirror them to the left and delete the existing ones. So the plan and the section are consistent. Nothing else for me, like, for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
My only question is, did we receive some explanation why 15 members of the community board voted against this application? That's
Um,
my only comment.
Fair point. I don't know if anybody from the community is going to call in, but maybe the applicant can let us know what transpired at the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also, note should be, signs should be placed, reduce the volume from the car to be as part of the good neighbor. That those drawings should be provided.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 24, 2022-20A to 2022-22A, 724, 726, 728, Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Just for the DOT letter came on Friday, that's in the record. I just forwarded you an email from the project manager, who received objections from the community. And then also I forwarded you an email from the applicant responding to those. So you should have them. And they're not in the file yet, but
We just received it.
yeah, apparently, City of New York correspondence was downloaded and we got 3 comments from neighbors objecting to Richmond Avenue. Or Richmond, I keep saying Avenue, sorry, it's Richmond Terrace.
Okay, on April 21st, we received a cover letter with revised site plans. The site plans included additional perpendicular dimensions of the widening portion of the LMAP street, a widened eastern curb cut from 22, increased to 22 from the original previous 18. They added depictions of the typical cargo vans that would be parked on the site. They had a revised survey which showed the absence of a utility pole. And they also included language with regard to GCL 35 as requested at the hearing. As stated by our deputy, we did receive a DOT letter late on Friday and a letter from the applicant also late on Friday. I'm going to defer comments because I believe this deserves more consideration, and staff also wants to review the implications of the DOT letter. But knowing that the applicant would like to make a response to that letter and the community may want to testify as further indicated by the recent messages that we received from the community, I would like to keep this, I don't want to defer the case. I want to hear the applicant and the community testimony before I make comments.
Thank you. Should I give my additional comments?
If you feel that necessary, Chair.
In addition to what, thank you, Vice Chair Shibata. In addition to what Vice Chair stated, with regards to the revised drawings that was sent, the applicant, just to kind of remind everybody, when the initial application was filed, the proposed curb cut width was 14 foot. This was to access 2 of the lots, lot 124 and lot 126. And then the lot width was the curb cut was increased to 18 foot. The subsequent revision that has been, the current revision that is before us has the curb cut width increased to 22 foot. So I went back to my notes and it seems the applicant had agreed to revert back to 14-foot wide curb cut. And the board has explicitly asked that the curb cut be reduced in response to pedestrian safety concerns. So no explanation was provided in the letters as to why the curb cut width had to be increased to 22 feet. So that's a question I have on my end. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional question.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetter?
I agree with you and with the Vice Chair, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree with the vice chair, but just want to add a note that cars have been added to the site plan, but I believe you need to designate them as permitted parking, off-street parking. We know that parking is not required, but you are indicating permitted parking spots, so please update the zoning analysis in any future submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 25, 2022-97A, 2022-98A, 209-215 Claremont Avenue, Staten Island.
I found this submission to be satisfactory. They provided a detailed cover letter. They stated they entered two building pavers plans for both 209 Claremont Avenue and 215 Claremont Avenue. They have shown that there is a septic tank approved for each lot. They submitted new firm maps, and they also detailed specifically that the owner does not possess any common ownership on any of the residents and or land surrounding the subject site. They further included a statement of hardship. A small comment: in the future, the onerousness of a mapping action not being justified for such a small development may need to make its way into a hardship statement, but just made the record to support that.
Thank you.
Chair?
I would only add, thank you, Vice Chair Shweta. I would only add if any tree planting is proposed along the proposed sidewalk. Other than that, I really had no other comments. Commissioner Otley Brown?
It seemed to me that their statement could count as a hardship statement in that it says that the site is not owned in conjunction with any adjacents. So there actually is no other map street that could directly access this site, which means without the waiver, they're unbuildable.
I was satisfied with the hardship statement.
Oh,
I thought they could
okay.
just add that in the future
Oh, okay. You mean on other cases?
on other cases.
Oh, okay, sure.
Madam Chair, General Counsel has his hand up.
Yes, General Counsel Vine.
Hi, Board. Apologies if this is already in the record, as I was not present for the last hearing, but to the extent that the applicant wants to address in the context of hardship, why this proposal has to come to the board instead of being as of right under GCL 36-3, that would be a good demonstration and exercise for this record. Thank you. And very generally, GCL 36-3 permits the as of right development of a 1 or 2 family dwelling on the same block and lot as fronting as those other buildings that have received a BSA waiver. Upon information and belief, 14 of those properties surrounding the instant proposal have certificates of occupancy, but no BSA waiver of General City Law 36. So it might be something the applicant wants to explore and demonstrate for this record.
Yes, thank you. That is very helpful. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only, I'm satisfied with the application. I believe that they provided that statement that addressed the hardship, so I'm okay with the application. The only thing I want to just to emphasize is I've seen in the submission that they submitted 2 sheets for percolation test results, not actually an approval for septic tank, but I'm not sure. They said we asked it for them. I don't recall I did ask for results for percolation tests. But my comment on them is they are not so legible. And I just want to make it clear that I take no position on the results of the percolation test. These are engineering documents that were not reviewed by us, and we cannot like judge the accuracy of the information on these documents unless we are present at the subject test, which is beyond our scope. So I just want to take these percolation test results for the record. Thank you.
I think at the last hearing, the applicant had stated that there is no sanitary sewer in the area, and also the applicant stated that they had passed the septic percolation test, and that was the percolation test that was being provided.
Yes, I recall that, but this Commissioner Shara, what I'm saying is, I don't recall myself asking them to submit the results for the percolation test. And I
Right.
didn't look
No,
at
no.
that
No, I agree. It was something the applicant volunteered.
volunteer, yes, and since they volunteered to provide that to us, and I'm repeating it again, the accuracy of these documents are beyond our scope. We didn't attend the testing, and we've just taken these documents for filing only.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. My only comment is really a question about the BPP. If they could clarify, I've never seen this this indication before where it says no walk instead of sidewalk. And it's on both of the BPPs, and there's currently no sidewalk on this side of the street. But there is what looks to be a new and improved sidewalk on the opposite side. The applicant could clarify what the intention is with the no walk. Yeah, there's a curb and there's,
There's a curb cut, yeah.
There's a curb cut.
He's saying it's part of a separate BPP, so maybe that's just a continuation or something.
that's all I have.
Thank you.
Right, I did not notice the no walk. What does that mean?
Maybe it's a typo, or it's a copy and paste.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Yes, let's move on. to the
New
next.
cases, item number 26, 214, 13A, 29, 21908, 141st Avenue, Queens.
The action requested by this application is to extend the time allowed in which you obtain a certificate of occupancy beyond February 25th, 2018. The applicant first came to the board with a vesting claim. At that time, the owner documented his construction expenses to the board of over $153,000 with an anticipated total construction of approximately $259,000. The board made all the required findings and granted the appeal on February 25th, 2014, requiring the owner to complete construction to obtain a final certificate of occupancy within 4 years. The applicant claims that primarily due to financial hardship and other unforeseen conditions, including the COVID pandemic, construction was not completed. Records on file with the Department of Buildings show that the building work has been completed and is ready for occupancy. And the applicant then lists a number of permits that were signed off on. So the applicant claims that all work has been completed for some time now, and the owner's design professional has been pursuing an issuance of a final certificate of occupancy. They claim that the building is not occupied and the owner awaits the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. I had to do a bit of background research here, and based on it, I believe that this application, whose facts as they warrant a grant, but the statement of facts needs to be updated to include a real construction timeline, a date of completion, not just permits. We're then supposed to investigate to make the case out for the applicant. Now, this was all made very clear to the applicant on November 23rd, when in the notice of comments that basically state all the things that were lacking in this application. That was nearly 6 months ago, and we have received no response to that notice of comments. I believe this ends up causing a bit of waste of the city's time and our resources, and I'd ask that the applicant in the future respond to the notice of comments, because it will certainly speed up this process and be far more cost effective. I have nothing further on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shabeta. I agree with you. It definitely takes, there's a reason why the project managers do ask these questions, because these are very typical questions that is asked by the board. So instead of taking 2 rounds of hearing, this could have been approved and this could have been closed today. But for the fact that we do not have those information in the statement of fact. I had similar question and one of the question was like how much time is needed to obtain the certificate of occupancy? 18 months, 2 years, that also needs to be provided because the extension of time would be granted based on that. I do not believe they need 4 years since it's complete and ready for occupancy. So that's another clarification the applicant needs to provide. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Well,
Oh,
I just
sorry,
want to, I do just want to state that the applicant is to look at the notice of comments and respond to that fully in its next submission.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I feel that they had already made the substantial construction and substantial expenditure findings previously when they were before the board, as well as serious loss, and time has only exacerbated the loss as they spent more money to complete the home. So therefore, I have no additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to all of you. Don't we have the effective date on this application as October 11, 2012? Is that accurate?
Oh, you mean the zoning change
Yeah.
date?
Yeah.
There are two dates. The
Yeah.
Laurelton Yard text amendment was April 30th, 2008, and the Laurelton rezoning R32 to R3X was September 4th, 2008.
So it's not, the rezoning was not in 2012. The reason I'm raising this is because I have seen a Google Street View. The date on it is actually around 2009, April 2009, and it shows a completed building.
They vested with DOB in August 2007 because their foundations were completed. So when you vest with DOB, you can continue your
That's
construction.
statutory vest.
Yeah,
So if this is the case, I don't believe we need to like get ourselves into looking into a detailed construction timeline, right?
This is,
But if you don't meet the statutory requirements, then you still need, and you haven't gotten your C of O,
right.
you still need to,
Right.
you still need to get an extension.
yeah,
So if the statutory requirements are no longer available to you, then you do the common law vesting.
common law.
Yeah, I know they are applying for common law, but my point is, isn't construction completed
Yes,
for now?
yes.
Yeah, but he still needs
So
a C of O.
We're not asking for a timeline for what is coming. We're asking for a timeline for what was done, right?
No, for getting the C of O.
To get.
No, it's to get the CO,
get
How
because
much
this is an
time to get-
extension of
Okay, so
time to
it's not
obtain the
construction
CO.
Timeline, it's a timeline
To obtain the
C
CO.
of O, yeah.
Right.
Yes, okay,
Okay.
that makes sense now. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have nothing further to add.
I'm sorry, Dr. Shita. Can you please just turn the mic towards you?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
I was clear, or should I repeat what I said?
No, it was clear. It's just when you're facing the other commissioners and the mic was facing the other way. It's just, I want to make sure that the record's very clear. But it was understood and heard. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Commissioner Yun?
Sorry. Sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 27, 2022, 45A, 155 Skillman Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, this is a common law vesting application. On September 11, 2007, DOB issued a new building permit authorizing the erection of a 6-story apartment building at the premises. According to DOB, on May 23, 2011, the building Department of Buildings conducted an audit of this job number. Based on this audit, the department confirmed that the permit associated with the building applications was lawfully issued. The R6 zoning district where the development site is located was rezoned from an R6 zoning district to an R6B zoning district pursuant to the Bedford-Stuyvesant North rezoning adopted by City Council on October 11, 2012. The rezoning changed the permitted bulk at the premises, rendering the building at the premises non-complying. Pursuant to both the DOB and the applicant, the building was 100% complete prior to the rezoning. Pursuant to Section 666, Subsection 7 of the New York City Charter, the board has the jurisdiction to vary or modify any rule, regulation, or provision of any law relating to the construction where there are practical difficulties or necessary hardship in the way of carrying out the strict letter of the law. Further, there is a wealth of case law supporting that the board is empowered to determine whether or not an applicant has a common law vested right to proceed with the proposed construction under the prior zoning. In this instant case, I believe the applicant has provided enough evidence in support of having vested, and they attach a DOB timeline along with supporting documents. I don't believe we have to get into the Putnam-Armag test or much further, because the real question comes up is why aren't they vested if it was completed prior to the zoning date? I have an assumption that the reason may be because it wasn't built to plans. I'd special note that this was self-certified. In any event, they need to explain why this issue hasn't been addressed. On May 2nd, we received a letter from DOB detailing that there are currently unresolved egress issues and a notice of an intent to revoke. That also needs to be resolved by the applicant before the department, before they can renew or reinstate the permit. So again, this is something that the owner needs to address, and I would like some explanation as to an intent to resolve the issue of the egress and why the DOB did not find it as vested. I don't believe it will disrupt the findings because it's clear to me that 100% of the foundations were complete, unless something is drastically wrong with how this was constructed. In any event, that's not something for us to assume. That's something for them to show. That are my only comments on this.
I think I have similar concern with regards to this application, and that is, as the applicant stated, at the time of stop work order that was issued by DOB, the building was 100% vested, 100% completed, and this was prior to the change in the zoning district to R6B. So I have same question as to why was it not vested, and why is it then before the board for vesting? And I would like to know what was the reason for the full stop work order. Also, was the construction on the site lawfully completed per approved plan? Is the building fully occupied? It seems so from the Google view. And it's just more of an academic question on my end as to how a condominium declaration was achieved prior to a grant of any TCO, let alone a CO. And I am very, very concerned about how this project was allowed to proceed with so many issues, especially around egress and fire safety. So I would like the applicant to respond to those questions. The vesting part, while it may be vested, as we are all, I am in agreement with Vice Chair Shabeta, it's a question of why is it before us? Commissioner, sorry.
Yeah, I
Commissioner-
think the only thing I would add is that even if we do find it vested and we do grant it, we'd still do it. We'd still have to make it quite clear that this doesn't correct any issue. It doesn't to
Yes.
push forward for a certificate of occupancy. They have to resolve that with the Department of Buildings in and of itself.
Mhm. Yes, I completely agree with you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So my experience with DOB and common law vested rights applications is that DOB will both say permits are valid and then point out that there are issues with compliance when they feel that it's a curable issue. And I believe they feel that these are curable objections. And so that's why they didn't institute a stop work order. And we're still able to say that they feel the permits are valid. So the permits are valid means that they feel that it was either fully constructed according to approved plans, or that any deviations could be fixed and cured so that it would comply with the filed plans. So I'm curious as well as you that, you know, how could you have unresolved egress issues and then occupy the building? That to me is frightening.
Yeah.
So they definitely need to clarify that to us, and they certainly need to resolve those. I don't think that we have to rush necessarily to issue a decision here unless DOB states that until they have a decision, they won't allow any work to be done on the site, which is another thing that sometimes DOB does, where it's like, okay, well, we need you to authorize that extension so that any work that they will do to rectify this will be work legally done. So we need to find out procedurally how the board needs to proceed, in terms of
Good.
time for grant and that situation. But I have no other questions than to explain that, from
Thank
what I
you.
know.
That's very helpful. Yes, we do need to find out procedure early. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I want to clarify that, my comment on the previous hearing actually were on this one. The case that, the submission is including a Google view with a completed building was in this case, not the previous
Ah,
case.
okay.
So I withdrew my comments from the previous
So
case.
you're withdrawing your comments on
Yes, and I don't,
214-13?
so on the previous case,
Just
I don't
for
have
record.
any comments on it.
Okay.
On this one, yes, I agree. I believe that, when DOB says permit was lawfully issued, we are talking about the issuance of the permit, not what is coming after that. Maybe the issue of lawfully a permit, and then whoever takes that permit do not
Municipal permit
construct,
Until it's revoked.
do not construct based on the permit he obtained. It might be some issues, but I believe that if this was the case on this application, DUB should have clarified that in their
I'm
submission.
little, could you repeat? I'm a little confused as to what you stated.
That I look at the statement from DUB,
Mhm.
when they say the permit was lawfully issued,
Right,
as they are talking about the way that the permit was issued,
right.
not the situation, the state of construction today.
Agree.
That's what I wanted to make it clear,
Right.
because the way I understood
I
it.
think the question, at least I have, and if I can speak for my commissioners, is that question was it really built pursuant to
Approved
the
plans.
approved plans?
Yes,
And the violations are as a result of that.
yes. And because if it was so, why wouldn't it be invested back then, and they wouldn't need that current application that's before us?
And that's, I think, Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yeah, yeah, I agree
Very-
with this point, but I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Lawfully issued permit doesn't indicate anything about the status of construction today, whether it's a legal construction or
Right.
it talks about the
Okay.
permit.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
I had a question, and maybe this is for my fellow commissioners. The financials seemed strange to me. It's quite straight, it's quite simple what they've submitted, but maybe I'll just bring them up so we can all look at the same thing. Okay. So this is what we received for the financials on the project. And my understanding is that one would submit all of the expenditures to the date of the rezoning.
They submitted a backup.
There's a lot of receipts here, but building cost is $149,582, which seems strangely small for everything else. And then steel is $1.3 million. But the foundation only cost $110,000. None of the proportions of the numbers or the figures for construction make any sense to me. And so as a document, I don't understand what they're trying to say here, because it doesn't seem,
Okay.
to build a building of this size for $2 million also seems, even at the time, seems quite unrealistic at $200 a square foot. So I'd like some clarification on the financials and what the actual expenditures were at the time of the rezoning. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Shida. Usually foundation cost between 25% and 35% of that, the building.
So for the purposes of this application, I don't do a deep dive into whether or not I think that they spent too little or too much on the foundations. The whole idea is that what you're trying to show is that the person made a substantial investment based on the old zoning that would be lost if they were forced to rebuild or amend their building to comply with the current zoning. And so the fact that 100% of the building was actually completed. And if they say 100% of the $1.9 million budget, not including land, was expended, I'm going to take that as it happened, because there is a building that is 100% completed on the site and somebody had to pay for it.
Yeah,
Now, whether or not they were off by $100,000 or $300,000, if they have the backup invoices and or canceled checks to support the total number, and it was all paid or incurred prior to that date of rezoning or date of text amendment in other cases, then I'm going to take it as a finding being met.
I just want to follow up. I agree with you entirely, Commissioner Otley Brown, Vice Chair Shabeta. I agree with you entirely. The only time I think it may be relevant in this case, the financials may become relevant because as we said, it is a completed project, is when the undoing of whatever they have to undo, we have to take back out whatever that amount is. Now, I don't think, again, because of practicality speaking, I don't think that this is going to undo a vesting with regard to zoning. But we will have to do that exercise to undo whatever was incorrectly built, not to permit.
Right, well, also, but their serious loss statement in this case is based upon the fact that the restricted maximum FAR of the R6B is what makes this an untenable situation for them, which requires demolition of over half the project
2.8.
and rebuilding. So that allowed me to then say, okay, even serious loss was met. It's more, this is a very simple case. There are cases that are far more intricate where, you know, it's just an issue of yards and can you cut the building back? Can you cut the foundation back and still have a building that pretty much preserves the investment interest that the developer originally went into the project with. But I think this is clearly a case because of the halving, more than halving of the maximum FAR, that finding was easily met.
Yeah, again, I couldn't agree with you more. They built a 4.8 and the new zoning is 2.0.
Right.
It would have to-
Actually,
Exactly.
on that, I do have a comment on that. The applicant statement of fact is incorrect with regards to the rezoning information. The rezoning was from R6 to R6A. The applicant statement says R6 allows a 4.8. Now, that is the 4.8 FAR that is permitted for a community facility use, not for a residential use. For a residential use, a 2.2 FAR for a quality housing is permitted, which was adopted way back in 1994. And a quality housing has a maximum building height of 55 feet, whereas the R6B has a permitted residential FAR of 2.0 and a 50-foot building height. So it's not that far off from what the quality housing in an R6 would be permitted, but the statement needs to be corrected because it was not meant to be a community facility use. It was meant to be a residential, and you're only allowed for quality housing 2.2 FAR, not 4.8. And so
this
that
building
does
is
result
only
in the
2.2?
quality housing allows up to 2.2 FAR up to 55-foot height.
So then
And-
this exceeds that. And so,
So the R6, what they were building was the R6 quality housing, which was the prior zoning, which would have given them 2.2 FAR up to a height of 55 feet, which is what they have built.
No, I'm sorry. They
Right?
have a community facility on the ground
Oh,
floor.
they do have-
And they've
yeah.
built up to 2.8 FAR.
Oh, I
That's
did
what
not
the
know they had a
existing building
community.
is.
Oh, I did not know they had a
Yeah.
community facility on the ground floor. Okay, that's a good, but still at the end, so that's why they're quoting 4.8, but the 4 is if it's all community.
oh,
facilities.
okay, so it's a 2.8 to a 2.0.
Right.
Pretty significant.
Yeah.
It's a third of them, roughly a third of the project.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I bet to just respond to the comments about it, this is Commissioner Yoon. It seems clear that the project was vested. The project was completed. I think that I bring up the financials because when we see something that's so egregiously incorrect, it is, and if it's just the receipts that they have, that's something they can explain, but there's no way those proportions of building costs make any sense. And that's just why we would flag it, because it seems like it's incorrect. And
I think it goes both ways. I see what Commissioner Otley Brown is saying, because if you think of it, a lot of the vesting cases that we have are just, if the foundation is built, we believe the application is vested.
right, and this is
Right.
not, I'm not bringing it up as a question of whether or not it's vested.
I think it's important for the record to reflect, if you
Yeah.
believe that there's a statement that is,
Yeah.
it's not founded or not credible or something that you have
Yeah.
concern, I think it's important to make that part of the record. And I think the applicant should
Right.
speak to it, because when they submit something to us, there are penalties of
Exactly.
perjury here.
No, so. thank you for-
Understood. I'm speaking mostly from over a
The fund.
decade of experience where I've seen things vest where literally a builder was building 3 different buildings and used the loan from one building to complete his other 2 buildings and had to show us that information. So we've seen vesting on so many different fronts.
Right.
And that's why, yes, definitely, you need to ask your questions. But I look at it more in a holistic way, just trying to take into account what you mean by all 3 findings set together and
Right.
look at it more globally.
Right. I think both of you are correct, and I do think while we all agree from the vesting point of view, they are, but the document needs to be correct. And because oftentimes we don't want this to become a precedent and somebody saying, but you allowed it. So just for that, the building is built, so it should be easy to provide that information. It just needs to be corrected properly. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Commissioner
this is
Sheta.
Commissioner Sheta. I believe, away from this case, I believe for us, for our practice, it's very beneficial to us when we see something that doesn't make sense. This is for our profession, as professionals. When we see something that doesn't make sense, we can indicate that it's not gonna impact the findings. We're okay with the application is fine, but at the end of the day, I believe it's very vital for us to point out that we received something that doesn't make sense.
Okay, all right. I
Great.
think the applicant has heard it loud and clear. Vice Chair, Shibata.
No, I was wondering if we're settling with review.
I think we are settled with the review.
No more questions? So this concludes the public review session?
Let's take, should we take a 10-minute break? This will give the public time to log in, sign in, and then we will resume our public hearing. So it's 11:35. So that takes us to 11:45. We will resume.
So we're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen.
Just 9 minutes,
11:45.
Huh?
just 9 minutes, not 10.
Oh, 9 minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay,
11:46.
let's not be speaking.
11:46.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember, we're still live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeal, Board of Standards and Appeal public hearing from May 8th, 2023. The first item up, special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 17-867-55 BZ, 6615 Board Meeting.
I think this would be.
Is not on.
Just repeat that.
The Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 8th, 2023. The first item up is on the special order calendar, continued hearing items, 867-55 BZ, 6615 Borden Avenue, Queens.
I think this would be Mr.
Kanzada,
Kanzada.
yeah, let me
and
let him
Diwakar
in.
Gupta.
Oh, sorry. Okay, allowed to talk. Mr. Kanzada, can you join as panelist?
Good morning, joining as panelist right now.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta.
Just waiting for the prompt to pop up.
The video's up?
I haven't gotten the prompt to join as a there we go.
Yeah, okay. Can't see him on the screen. Oh, okay, thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
State your name and proceed.
Diwakar Gupta.
Nasir Khandada, I'm the applicant.
Okay, you
Go
heard
ahead.
the board's comments. Please respond.
Yes, so we listened to the board's comments this morning. So we anticipate that we will be able to get the certificate of occupancy by November 23rd, November 11th this year. We think it'll take about 6 months, which is right around November. We're anticipating 1 month for DOB approval, 2 weeks to get the permits, 90 days for construction, and then 2 more weeks to get everything signed off and get the certificate of occupancy. So that's adds up to 5 months. So that and then another 1 month buffer just for any unexpected delays. So we do anticipate that we will be able to get the certificate of occupancy in time. But if any unexpected delays happen, we can file for an extension of time if the need arises.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to flag this since you're here, you might as well get it all done, one-stop shopping kind of deal.
Right.
Offering. Okay, any questions or comments for Mr. Gupta and or Mr. Kanzada? Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Shetta?
Yeah, I just need a confirmation that if like any issues arise from the drainage perspective, you will attest to fix whatever issue that appears.
Yes, yeah. If there's any problems with the drainage, if it doesn't seem sufficient, then we'll address the issue. We'll add more drains or whatever we need to do. Yeah.
Thank you. And just this is to clarify, this is because we haven't looked at the drainage calcs and you proposed a solution and we took it, assuming that it was like properly engineered. So thank you so much for your confirmation.
No problem.
All right, I don't think any of us have any further comments. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 867-55 BZ 6614 Borden Avenue, Queens. Should you have any comments, please dial in, 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Waiting for the clock to run.
Okay. I just want to see if any changes. No, okay. So if, I don't think any new submissions were needed. Everything is to our satisfaction. So once the clock runs out, I'm going to make a motion to close. And we will schedule it for the earliest possible hearing date. I think, I don't know how much slot we have left in June. I haven't looked at the June calendar. It's very tight already. We'll try for June. If not, it would be July. I think that pushes it out a little too much, so we will have to, we'll get back to you. But there is no submission. It's just a vote.
So you got
on
no
that.
submission? Okay.
All right, there is no submission.
In the meantime, we will be filing all the jobs, so department is ready to go. And if they object to it, then by then we have the BSA approval in our hands.
Sorry, Mr. Kanzada, can you
I
please?
said, in the meantime, I will take my time and I will apply to the building department for all the jobs and update them and reassign them. So they're ready to go. The minute you have the approval, and we will be ready to go.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sabetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 18, 12992BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
I think this is.
Lisa Rantia.
Yeah, Lisa Rentia.
I don't see her in the room. Oh, there we go.
She's there?
Join us, panelists, Ms. Rantia. Okay. Please unmute. Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Excuse me, Lisa Orantia from Ackerman LLP on behalf of the applicant. I attended this morning's review session and I'm available if you have any additional comments or questions.
I think we were all satisfied with the submission at the previous hearing, so we were just waiting for the documents to be all tied up nicely. Any questions or comments from the commissioners last time? None? Let's go to the public.
Okay, so case we are currently discussing is 12992BZ, 15055 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number as 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute in order to speak with your phone on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this application, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss. I don't see anybody.
I'm just for my own, I guess there has been no movement on the ZRD, right?
That's right. We're no longer pursuing that from DOB.
Thank you. All right.
As soon as it goes off.
All right, oh, we. I don't see the time. You have to put it on
I have it up. I could see it on my camera.
Oh, now I can see.
Yeah. It'll go on.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to close. No submission is required. And we will get back to you as to when it is going to be scheduled for decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion to close?
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application.
Thank you, Mr. Rantia.
Item number 19, 16795 BZ, 12120 Springfield Boulevard, Queens.
I think this
It's,
is Daniel Ash.
Daniel Ash. In.
Morning, Commissioners.
Ah,
Hi,
Good
we
morning,
go.
Mr.
Raise your right,
Ash.
good morning. Raise your right hand, Mr. Ash. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name, record, and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
My name is Daniel Ash. I listened to the board's comments earlier today. I believe the only comment was to remove the hardware that might allow for future barbed wire to be installed. I agree. We'll take that out and get you photos showing that's done.
okay. So you will remove the frame for, okay,
Move the brackets or whatever.
Right.
you call them, brackets.
so,
Correct.
Okay.
all righty. Satisfied with the recommendation? All right. All the commissioners are agreeing. Let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 16795 BZ, 12120 Springfield Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. And you will enter the webinar ID number 860-7222-7904, and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, and once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I think I think we were all very satisfied with the changes that you had made, the owner had made immediately in response to our comments. So I'm going to make a recommendation that we close. And in the meantime, between now and the vote, please remove the brackets, the rest of the infrastructure, and provide photo of it. And based on that, we will take the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. So make a recommendation to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
I didn't ask you how long it will take you to do that, but I'm assuming it can be done very quickly. However,
Within 2 weeks, I believe. Yeah.
okay. However, I think we have a backlog, so we will get back to you as to when it can be scheduled for decision.
Understood.
Thank you.
Item number 221200BZ, 666 South Conduit Boulevard, Brooklyn.
This would be Mr. Catrona.
And where is Glenn? I don't see him. Who's the project manager?
Yeah, I do not see him.
Let's see if I can text. Vinroy, could you give him a call? I don't see. Trying to see if I get this. All right, want a second call this?
Okay, yeah, let's do a second call.
Right. Vinroy, please reach out to the applicant. It's your case. Thank you.
My apologies. I see him on the waiting room.
Is he in the waiting room? I'm
I
sorry.
see him now. He appeared all of a
Oh, I
sudden.
see. Yes, I do see him. So allow to talk? Change the role to panelist, is that what I have to do?
Yeah. Good.
Okay,
Sorry. Thank you, Jella.
thank you. All right, is Mr. Catrona there now? And, yes, there, we see him.
Okay, unmute Mr. Catrona. Thank you. Nice to see you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Yes, Glenn Catrona from Catrona Architecture, representing the ownership at South Conduit Boulevard. And thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and BSA staff for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. So I was in on the executive session, and I'd like to respond to that and then hopefully ask a few questions, be mindful of everybody's time. So yes, as you can see, this operator is a pleasure to deal with, open and making changes as we sit here this afternoon. Chair, you had brought up the secured contract. I received a call this morning that the permit has been pulled, and the owner operator wanted to sort of discuss some of the details. We had done some research on the prior curb cuts that were filed so that we could give them some better advice, because as you had noted initially, the curbs and curb faces and also the drop curb cuts were sort of not definable. So we're giving them assistance, and that work is ready to commence probably within the next day or so. As I said, they had pulled the permit. You referred to the auto leasing. Everybody else brought up the auto leasing as well. After our February 6th hearing, I went to the operator and we had a long conversation about all the details of what the requirements were, all the board's requests. Like I said, he's a pleasure to deal with because he's open to everything here. So yes, indeed. The auto leasing component is 2 desks that sit in a shared space with a convenience store and the Dunkin' Donuts. This operator here operates a much larger operation. Again, I just want to reference the point that this here location essentially has a lot to do with the motoring public, transportation for JFK Airport, LaGuardia Airport, that type of thing. So they have a leasing company which is off premises in the Bronx, is where they store all their vehicles, and I believe it's on the site of the old Yankee Stadium, that property there where they store these vehicles. The majority of this here business is done online because they spent a lot of time with their app. And most people are so inclined to go and do that there. Well, there still are some people that would like to stop into an office and help. And given the fact that this is the concentrated area where this is happening, they have merely 2 desks that sit there. So, you know, just report that, and then we can talk about if this here would require us exercising the application for an amendment. But, you know, generally, you know, this type of use here is really an office use. I had a situation where I was placing a printing company, and if I went purely by zoning and based on the use group, you know, they needed to be in certain places. Why? Because they used inks, because the printing business was remarkably different when they wrote the code. Or in this case, you know, it's not picture perfect. There's a auto leasing where there would be on premises vehicles or anything like that. But, you know, most printers today, they do what we do. We can all be printers based on working with our own PCs and, you know, with the technology that we have today, most printers don't produce with ink anymore. And so, you know, using that as an analogy, the reality here is that this is just an office, only paperwork. I would imagine that there would be no issue if we develop some conditions that would be part of the resolution, because it's the fact. I went and presented to Community Board 5. Community Board 5, as you saw, supported the street art. We had a long discussion about that. Also, I know that there was a reference to the Community Board expressing the term. I'd like to talk about that at a later time, because everybody was very supportive of this here, saying that this operation is really in good shape for the community, that their gas prices are the lowest of anything around. And I'm not quite sure, because there was no egregious concerns, why they would have discussed reducing the term from the prior 20-year, but we'll get into that there. The detailing. You know, the detailing is a 20 by 20 roof. We will define most certainly whether that counts as zoning floor area. But I want to just discuss again, you know, how this here works at this here location. These are fleet vehicles. It's not likely that any of us would go there to this particular location to have our car detailed. What happens is that I would imagine if somebody drops something in one of these vehicles and they need to get a carpet cleaned, or as we had said, seating, you know, these vehicles are used for the public. It's more or less like a quick type of thing. In speaking with the operator, it is by appointment only. They have no queuing. There's no backup. There's no, you know, sort of big business for this here, where it's known as a detailing facility. It's only part and parcel to the type of vehicles that are, you know, utilizing this here particular site. So, you know, we can discuss that there further and see if that becomes something where we have to file an amendment for that, or what the purpose would be. But, you know, some comments were made about demarcating the area. I would think that if we discussed that there, we'd be more than happy to sort of make some visual improvements there. As you can see, the photographs that we sent through, this operator jumped right on this here, making improvements to planting details. The refuse, the gates were hanging. They, you know, new slats were put in, the gates were rebalanced, all the hardware was replaced, you know, so they're moving. Regarding the signage, so there was a lot of signage here and it was redundant. There was a lot of stuff hanging in windows and different banners and that type of thing. Our approach with them was to start with everything that's redundant and remove it. Commissioner Yoon had made the comment about the fact that we didn't have an updated signage analysis, and that's absolutely correct. We have to go back out there and simply reassess, as I said, because we made them blanket take away anything that was redundant there. So I mean, overall, I appreciate, Commissioner Shetta's comments about the organization of the cover letter. We listen carefully, so we try. We don't want to waste anybody's time. And, while we needed more time originally at this February 6th, I had asked for more time. But we got pushed to the resubmission a couple of weeks ago, and then this hearing right now. I think if we can request at least a balance of the month of May, we get the on-site work that is needed completed. This way we can document, photograph, resubmit that there to everyone, and hopefully close any sort of concerns on that. In terms of this bright flashing light, I haven't been by there at night. I will ask the owner, and if we need to get by there at night, we'll actually do that there in terms of a light fixture like that being permitted or not. I don't know off the top of my head. I need to view the code with that. But in any respect, I mean, those were the major issues. In my mind, I'm not 100% clear with the situation with the leasing. If that's acceptable as an office use and with conditions, I don't believe then we'd have to exercise filing an amendment for that piece.
So, Mr. Petrone, I think all the commissioners did not seem to have an issue with the the office component of the leasing vehicle being located here. We are okay with that use being allowed with a condition, which you are agreeing to, is that that no use group 9 related use shall be permitted on this site, which is the leasing company will not be allowed to use this site to lease its vehicle. It can use as an office satellite space, but not as a leasing of vehicles. So if you're okay with that condition, we are okay with letting the office be, because that is a permitted use. And it is, as you indicated, it's, it's not requiring vehicles to be leased from the site. It is just more of a backup office space kind of documentation. The question of amendment really comes up with regards to the detailing, because currently your plan, the existing, there is like a covered area. And, there was a case we just heard a few moments ago, the Cross Island Parkway case, where it also had a covered area, which the applicant had submitted a ZRD1 to DOB to see if that would count towards floor area. However, after a long wait, the applicant did not hear a response from DOB regarding that, which is what we kind of suspected. And the applicant proceeded to amend the application to revise the plan and the floor area calculation, because then that counts towards floor area. So this is where you would need to amend the plan if you want to keep the detailing area as a covered area as you are currently using it as. If you're not proposing to cover it, leave it open to the elements and then do the detailing, then you don't need to amend the floor area. But then just beware, this is something, this site is going to be monitored by a compliance officer. So you really need to make sure you're not deviating from what the approved plans are. And this is your opportunity to kind of amend it if you can, if the zoning permits it, if you have adequate floor area, and based on the other regulatory controls, you're allowed to do so. This is your time to consider that. And the question that all of us had is, even if we were to, I think while the commissioners broadly felt that the detailing is not going to be a very intrusive operation, it's not going to be a heavy operation, it is going to be very specific, contained, and as you mentioned, it's not like fleets of vehicles will be coming for detailing. It would be based on appointments. We just want to make sure the exact location of that detailing area that is going to be carved out so that it does not conflict with any of the other operations occurring on the site, including not being an obstruction to all the other vehicular maneuverability. Oof, I always have difficulty with this word. But you know what I'm saying.
Yes.
So that it is not in conflict with any of the interior vehicular movements, and also will not result in any queuing onto the sidewalk and and obstruct the vehicular movement on the side streets. More importantly, because the car wash entrance is very close to where I think, and I'm looking at the plan. I think the car wash entrance is pretty much the same area.
It's the opposite side.
It's on the opposite side, but there's a cashiers and accessory storage. So people, how is the car wash coming on?
Cars come in on the opposite side.
They
And
come in from the opposite side and they're exiting onto the street, and then they will go to the detailing area. So that area, we need to have a clear demarcation of where that transfer is going to happen so that it's not going to be in the way of vehicles that are coming out of the car wash and that are just needing a little bit of the drying of the windows and that, and there's a clear demarcation of that, those operations within the site. I think you have space on the site, but you just need to clearly indicate it. And if there is a physical way to separate it out, it makes it a lot easier for the operators, those who are working there, and then it leaves very little room for gray, for anybody to be confused, and then it becomes an issue of, oh, we are doing it, we have been doing it, too bad. Yes, Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I believe maybe the separation is not a good idea. I believe it might be better for the operation to allow movement from where the car wash happens to the detailing portion instead of driving on the street, on the surrounding streets. So I would be against separation, but what I'm like getting at is there is no such use that's intrusive by nature. It depends on how you manage the operation. And if they limit the portion of the site that is associated with the car detailing, I would say it's not going to be an intrusive use. But if they keep booking appointments and allowing cars to come on site, wash, and then wait until they get their turn to do the detailing, that would be a problem. So whether this use is going to be intrusive or not, I would say it depends on how the operator will manage the site.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Shabeta.
Vice Chair Shabeta, go ahead.
To your point, Commissioner Shetta, they have a history here of detailing, so you could provide specifics as how that's been working, how many vehicles are being held to be detailed at any given time, where they just give us the history of how the site was operated and how it's intending to be operated. And that would give us some detail, at least an understanding.
You're talking about this Commissioner Shetta, you're talking about the rate they get cars and detail them every day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And whether this is impacting the site or not.
right.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yeah.
I understand. I got it.
In other words, as our deputy executive director told us, mentioned it's an operations plan on the vehicle detailing would be helpful.
Got it. I do have a question. We spoke about this here at the last hearing, and there was a couple of comments that were made. So we're going back out there to verify the signage that's remaining right now, make sure that we're in compliance. But what we did discuss was the fact that looking at this here as a total site or a single site. And then there was some comments made, well, you know, the auto repair component, which is minor repairs, is potentially separate. The restaurant is as of right, that's potentially separate. I just want to make sure I'm on the right path.
I think on this one, because I don't think the board in its grant had any condition on the signage other than it comply with the underlying regulations. So that's what I'm going to recommend that we go by, and a note be added to the plan that the signage shall be reviewed and approved by DOB for it to be complying, for it to comply with the underlying zoning regulations.
Okay.
That way, you just have to make sure it complies with the way DOB will review it. And I think as I understand it, if you have many businesses on same zoning lot, the way the regulation has been interpreted, it's like if you're allowed 150 square foot per frontage on a zoning lot, and if you happen to have 3 operations on a zoning lot, it is, I think, 150 times 3. It's basic, I think that's kind of how it's, seem to have been told, but I could be wrong. But it is more for DOB to review it and for approve it. It has to comply with the underlying regulation.
We'll re-review the section of code, and if I have any questions, I'll get back to
Yeah,
the board prior to submission.
okay. Commissioner Yoon, did you have a question on the signage? I think you had raised a question regarding signage.
I think Mr. Catrona answered my questions. Okay. So I'm satisfied. Please do find out about the flashing lights, because they were very, very bright. I was going northbound, so you're like 200 feet away, and it was very bright. So please do follow up. Thank you.
It
Not a
caught her attention.
I hear that. Okay.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe I just looked at some Google images from different years, and I believe it might be helpful for you to probably provide some sort of submission with these pictures. They are helpful in the way they show that there was no congestion at the car detailing area, meaning that the car detailing load that comes to the station or to that place is not gonna be causing like any nonsense congestion or so.
I do want, thank you for pointing that out. I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but you made your statement?
Yes.
That is helpful. I do also want to know, why did the community board at a very earlier hearing had, in the prior board approval, had did not want a detailing? Do you know offhand the history, reasoning behind it? That is the reason why that condition was put.
I don't. It was a condition that was stated by the community board, that I know, but I don't have any history or detail of that requirement from the community board at all.
And when you had presented to the community board was aware, community board was aware that you were requesting detailing?
Yeah, I mean, they received exactly what we have been submitting to this board, and we did discuss the uses on the site.
And we have not heard anything negative from the community board regarding that. Okay.
See, I mean, that's the thing, you know, I mean, I don't want to go back to the time, but I'll add a great deal of information to my resubmission, but the community board was very much in favor of this site. And, you know, one member simply said, hey, look, I think that maybe we should put a term on this here. And I don't know if there was anything scientific behind that there. Again, people were commending the fact that they're so reasonable in their gas, they're accessible, you know, well-maintained. You know, the other thing that we spoke about, even the improvements, nobody really requested the fact that they improved. They replaced every single pump in the pump island here, you know, just to put a better face, make it more functional. I know there's some other way that people actually utilize these pumps, not just credit card, but some other mechanism, maybe where you just simply touch your credit card to it, you know, but they're making a great deal of improvements here, and you know, without really pushing on my part. I mean, I've had clients before, you know, and you know this as well, you know, it takes a bit for them to get off the mark and make such a level of improvements. It's not the issue here.
So community board also asked more planting and greening along the perimeter be provided. Is that something being considered also?
We spoke about that. They made a lot of the improvements. As I said, the tree wells were horrific. You know, they cleaned up the perimeter of this site pretty well. You know, if there's any specific, yeah, maybe I need to look at this here at the detailing area, that type of thing, and see if there's anything we could do beautification wise. They have street trees not along South Conduit because there's way too much going on there, and it wasn't part of the requirement, but all the other streets have some mature trees, and they made some great improvements at the tree wells.
Yes, you have provided photos which do indicate that the mulch has been replaced, has been used to beautify the tree pits. We cannot close this application partly because of the outstanding issue with regards to detailing. Because you need to give us a plan that clearly, physical plan and an operational plan, indicating how the detailing is going to function. And that needs to be reflected in the plan that addresses the questions that you've heard from the commissioners. So the sooner you can do that, that would be helpful. And meanwhile, that, all the improvements that you're carrying on, while that also should not be stopped because of this, that should proceed, your sidewalk improvements and the curb cut improvements. And the signage also.
Madam Chair, if I was able to have the rest of this month, I believe that, and submit something, in June for a late June hearing, we'd be able to have everything.
We only have one hearing in June, and that is June 5th.
Next is July.
And the next one is July. So I think, to be on the safe side, it would be best if you take the time to do everything that needs to get done, and then we come back in July for you to submit with the revised plan and all the improvements that's been made, and
Very good.
provide a much more, another beautiful submission.
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Catrona? Commissioners are shaking their head, saying no. Let's go to the public then. Just Mr. Daly, Chief Daly, does he have to say anything?
I don't see anybody's hand.
I saw him, but no.
Did you? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Chief Daly, I apologize.
That's okay, Tony. Thank you very much. Mr. Catrona, I don't know if you know this. I just got an email from our Rangewood unit. The chicken place, Crown Chicken, Kennedy, I keep forgetting the name. They have a violation order outstanding for failure to obtain approval for Rangewood and to conduct an inspection. So we have not, their Rangewood is not legal. So they need to, the violation order was issued sometime in February, which I'm going to be getting a copy of on Wednesday, excuse me, and I will submit same to the board and to your office as well. So hopefully they can, file the Rangewood plan, conduct an inspection, and then we can sign off on this project, and the board can grant the variance. But we do have an outstanding hazardous violation order.
Chief, I appreciate that. You sure we're not passing paperwork right at this point? Because I know they took action on this here, and I was told that the inspection had occurred. They hired the Rangewood company to handle this here. I understand that that was resolved.
Oh,
I'll double check from my end. I appreciate that, but it was definitely the Rangewood violation that was issued in February. I'll clarify that there. Chief, one other thing is, I have tried to get onto the FDNY website to see, generally DOB, it's easy. We can see if violation's open and then if it was closed. I don't know how to do that on FDNY. It doesn't seem to be part of the platform. Can you help me with that?
I can help you. I even have trouble with that as well. I will, of course, I'll follow up on this. I'm under the impression from there, the chief inspector, that it was still open, but when I return to the office on Wednesday, I'll follow up with the inspector to find out where we're at, and also let you and the BSA know what's happening with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
John,
thank
put your
you,
hand down,
Daly.
please. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 21200BZ 64666 South Conduit Boulevard, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558. Sorry, let me start the clock. 558-8656, or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
While we're waiting, I'd like to note that we have in our file dated April 21st, 2023, a copy of the FDNY summons, the violation that's dated Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2023. And then there's a screenshot of an email from a phone that says the summons is cured. You're not required to appear at oath from Cure Desk, FDNY. So that, I mean, I'm glad you brought it up, Chief Daley. I saw this and I thought it was a bit curious looking, but I accepted it. Let me just pull it up so you can see what I'm looking at. This is the copy of the FDNY summons. And then it was just a little over a week later that someone got this email, which looks curiously generic. So maybe if there is something else to substantiate that it is cured, you could submit that.
Commissioner, that was provided by my office, that was provided by our client, and that's where I was saying we had gone into the FDNY website to try to get something that would be more official. But we haven't been able to do that, so.
A certificate or something like DOB puts that certificate
Yeah.
of a completion or acceptance or something in the system. Is that similar to what FDNY does? I don't know.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yes, Chief Daley.
Okay.
That looks official to me. What you just showed, Commissioner Yoon. But like I said, I'll be in the office on Wednesday. I will be able to talk to the Cure Desk and the inspectors, and I'll get back to everyone right away.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
That would be great. Would that get to our office as well, so that we're assured that either it's open or it's been resolved?
Right. Oh, definitely will. I definitely will.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we haven't heard anything, nobody called in. So as we spoke, Mr. Catrona, we'll schedule this for July. You have 2 months to amend the plans with regards to detailing and revise the statement of facts and provide an operational plan regarding the detailing, and also revise the signage analysis and all the other improvements that you are working towards. Provide those photographs. So I think you should be good enough. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Good to see you.
Be well, everyone. Thank you very much.
New cases, item number 21, 63670BZ, 10545 to 10555 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. And where is Daniel?
There.
There he is. Hi. Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Name for the record and proceed, and please respond to the board's comments.
My name is Daniel Ash. I listened to the board's comments before. A lot of them I agree with. Madam Chair brought up about providing a compliance chart. We can get that done. About showing analysis that the convenience store complies with the TPPN, which it does under the allowable, but we'll put that in our revised statement of facts. The trash enclosure, the gate I saw was not closing properly. We'll get that fixed. The landscaping, the curb around the landscaping, I zoomed in the photo, I saw what you were talking about. I'll make sure that's fixed as well. There was a question about gaps in the planting area near the car wash. I was looking through all the photos. I didn't see much in the way of gaps. There are vents, the gasoline tank vents are over there. So I think there's a small area where the planting doesn't go through because the vents are over there. Perhaps that's what you were referring to.
Maybe.
I agree we can get more interior conditions photographs for you. And the parking spaces were always intended to be striped. We were going to do that together with the work to convert the store, but we could do that ahead of time now and get you photos to show that that's done. There was a question about the clothing bins and graffiti. Those are both removed. You probably were looking at Google Images that showed it there in the past, but that's not on our latest photographs. They removed that.
Okay.
I saw graffiti in the latest photographs on the fencing, exterior fencing.
On the exterior fencing, do you know which side?
Ranger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the Granger side. I will take a look as
Yeah,
well.
pretty much the entire frontage of Granger, the fence was graffitied.
In the I could share my screen with you and show you the photo I'm looking at. This was the fence along Granger with the
On the exterior,
If you look,
On-
take it,
from the street view.
from the street view. It was there. Okay.
Yeah. So we were looking at the Google Street View and the Granger frontage has graffiti. So that needs to be addressed.
It's also visible in the first photo
Yes.
in
Yeah.
the most recent submission.
photo number 1.
Oh, yes, I see that now.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was. All right. Yes. Well, that should be gone then. That is. If that is still there. I agree. You would ask about the drainage. I'll add that to the drawings. There is drainage over there, but we'll put that on the drawing so it's very clear. There was questions about the ECB violations that we have. Those are both related to getting a new certificate of occupancy. So after this project is complete, we will obtain a new C of O and those violations will be cleared. We can't really do anything about it until then.
So if you can just put that in your statement, what it is regarding and how the proposed action address that.
Okay. Commissioner Arlie Brown asked a question about the Kohler equipment in the back. That is actually an emergency generator, not remediation. We are close to a highway, so it's a requirement that the service stations near highways have emergency power. And there were questions about the C of O, which I saw was part of the initial package. The C of O has no expiration date. There was no term attached originally to this project. So it was from the 1970s, but we will be obtaining a new C of O as part of this project because we're changing the use.
Okay. Okay.
Just look at my notes.
And regarding the TPPN,
Mhm.
as Commissioner Otley Brown stated that you would comply, but you just need to provide a narrative.
Yes, I agree with that. We'll add that to the statement of facts. Oh, and then the other comments you have are about the lighting.
Mhm.
That the levels are pretty low, but as you mentioned, there is a light on the adjacent property which is a driveway, which is what's causing the readings here to be less than 1. I had a note on the plans, which was similar to what we had on previous hearings that you had asked us to include. Which
I think the note that I read out, that is kind of the standard note that we are asking everybody to insert. Our project manager can get back to you with the exact wording of it if you missed it at the hearing.
okay, I could listen back.
Yeah, I think I do see the lights on the neighboring, but those lights are at a lower elevation. They're almost like at the lower level of the lowest window, I think. And the light fixtures that the subject site has, they're a little bit taller. So that is one of the reasons we just kind of want to make sure if there is any issues with light penetrating in and becoming a concern for the residents, you would ensure that it's addressed, and the best way to do is to shield it
Understood.
and put keeping it away from. So.
It sounds like this commissioner sheet, it sounds like they are low, that's true. But apparently they took the readings on the other side of in the driveway or in the parking area on the other side. That's why the readings are kind of like, you look at them, you look at all the way to the right, you get 3, all the way to the left, you got 4, and it goes down in between.
Right.
That gives the feeling that at the locations of the 2 lights, the subject site light and the adjacent site light, it goes up. So, and we're not asking, when we ask for a luminous spread, we're not asking for like everything that's coming to the property line, meaning that from the adjacent site and from the subject site. No, we're just asking for whatever is anticipated or measured from the subject site. So my suggestion wasn't actually specific to your application, but it was a general comment that if you encounter a case like this, just eliminate whatever is coming from the other side. So your submission looks good. And instead of 4, you could have, if I'm doing this, I could have submitted 2 or maybe 1.5. Not,
We were not able to control the lighting from the other side. These readings are all from our side. And they are, the reason that it dips down a little bit is because of the dense shrubbery over there was blocking the light in some of the middle areas.
okay.
Okay. I am just, and I do know this is, I go by this site often enough. This is at a very busy part of, it's right in front of the LIE, and it is a very busy intersection, and there are bus stops. So keeping the site clean is, is something that should be looked at, which generally it is, but there are debris that is flying around, and so this for the operator needs to be a little bit more thorough in its maintenance, site maintenance. Any other questions or comments for the commissioners?
The only comment that was left, this is Commissioner Sheeta, that like the modification of the statement to like simplify the site description, and instead of like the very professional language from a surveyor, make it simple, and instead of degrees and minutes and these astronomical style surveying data, just make them like feet and frontage, these kind of terminology, in addition to the site footprint. That would be much like better to follow.
Okay, we can do that. I thought you wanted more legalese.
I'm not clear. If I'm not clear, I apologize. But my point is, when you read through the,
I think we can give you a sample that
Yeah.
will give you an idea of.
That's a
how-
good idea.
We're
Yeah.
looking, just basically we're not looking for meets and bounds. I know we do often say that, but what we are actually saying, what is the frontage of the property along each one of the street, and what is the total lot area?
Mhm.
And-
Okay.
And the survey kind of takes care of all the detailing.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public. Thank you.
The case we are currently discussing is 636 70BZ 10545 to 10555 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. You will enter the webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, please press your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your computer. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Ash, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I believe 6 to 8 weeks to get this done.
6 to 8 weeks to also fix the issues on.
Fix everything, take new photos, update the statement, update the drawings.
Okay. and statement of facts.
Yes.
All right. I think July is what I would say is possible because June is pretty packed.
Mm-hmm.
So July is definitely possible, and that gives you enough time to do everything properly. And then we are in a better position to even consider closing if all is perfect.
Yes.
Okay. And oh. All right.
Thing drives me crazy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next item, item number 22, 308 79 BZ, 43 Clark Street, Brooklyn. Nope, sorry, Eric.
This would be.
Eric Vett. Yes. I need a visual, Eric. Mr. Vett, sorry.
Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth? Wait, is anyone else joining you?
Yeah, actually, if I may, if I could let in Scott DeMille, partner at Marble Architects.
Sorry, I meant to ask that before. Mr. Demmel? Unmute, join us panelists, please. Unmute, thank you. Visual.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Hi, my name is Eric Vatt, partner at Goldman Harris. I observed the review session this morning. Thank you for the questions. As I stated, I'm joined by Scott DeMille, architect at Marble Architects, to walk you through some of these responses. The first question you had raised was about the open violations for the premises. We note that there are approximately 21 DOB violations and 4 ECB violations. These mostly pertain to the residential co-op building above. But this co-op building has been actively clearing these violations. And it in fact is a condition of the lease for the gym facility that these violations be cleared in their entirety before the lease commences. So we have their assurance that that's going to be done promptly and swiftly in the next several months. Your second question, I believe, had to do with the timeline for obtaining a CO. The applicant of records, Scott DeMille, Marble Architects, they've filed an application, an alt CO application with the Department of Buildings. That's being reviewed and that they expect comments, which of course, subject to the approval of this application, they can act on. So they're expecting after construction to have a new certificate of occupancy by summer of 2024. With respect to LPC approvals, Marble Architects has also filed an application with Landmarks for a small package of, there's a canopy with a sign and also some improvements to the storefront and just a replacement of the door for ADA accessibility. This is also in process and I believe will be finished before permits are issued from Department of Buildings. And there's also going to be an LPC filing for limited demolition of the space to accommodate the interior alterations for this gym facility. So I've asked Scott DeMille to join us to walk you through those interior improvements, which his design firm is handling.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeMille.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for addressing the first few comments, and thank you for hearing us today about this application. Most of the work that's being done at the gym is programmatically primarily stays the same. The gym uses, the open floors, the pool area, all those functions remain. Most of the interior work that we're doing is a renovation of the space, changing finishes, some areas that have been worn out from a lot of well-used use over the past years by the prior operator, and upgrading all those facilities. There is work that's happening at the racket court level, the squash level. There's a series of courts that is there now that are various sizes. All those are being changed to regulation sized squash courts at that level. And there's general renovation of the various workout spaces that are there, gym spaces, including the locker rooms, the open workout floors, some of the studio spaces that'll have various programs that are happening there, with present day uses for yoga and boxing and spin classes and other things of that type. And also the pool is being renovated as well, with replacement of some of the equipment that's been in operation for a number of years that's there.
Thank you. Commissioner, you, that was your question you had. Do you have any further questions?
No, no, no. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think we need the LPC approval
Mm-hmm.
for us to make a decision. So that needs to be coordinated. And when do you think that would be approved?
With all due respect, we anticipated this issue, and we actually removed the signage from our application based on this timeline. This was in consultation with the Executive Director, Carla Costanza. Our concern is the applicant has not yet decided on the name of the gym. They're still working it out with trademarks attorneys. So they would kindly ask that this application be approved, and then to allow us to come back once the name of the facility is finalized.
As an LLC.
So
It's
it's
an
going
LLC.
back as an LSC for the signage.
Yes.
I'm okay with that. And I think the rest of the commissioners are also agreeing. Let's go to the public then.
The case that we're currently discussing is 308-79BZ, 43 Clark Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number outside the city. Once you will enter the webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, you will raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of the screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Okay. So while we are waiting for anybody to call in, my screen just froze. Just give me a second. This is an amendment, right, to a previous grant. Okay, so I'm going to make a recommendation to close, provided you I think a cover letter should be sufficient for you to provide in writing all the questions that were raised. That is regarding the timeline, the status of the work, and the nature of improvements that's being proposed, and when do you anticipate the next CO to be issued, and
Understood.
okay. And for a change in the operation, you have the witness, extend the time to, and how much time do you need to obtain the CO? Even though you're saying by 2024 you would have it, just factor in whatever time you need and let us know.
Okay.
Based on that, the extension would be granted. This way you don't have to keep coming back to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody satisfied? Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And we will get back to you. Unfortunately, our June calendar is very packed. If we can find a space, we'll try to. I'm not going to promise anything, but July is definitely for sure. But I don't know what your timeline is. When do you need it by?
We appreciate anything you can do to expedite. I know they're eager to pull
Everybody
permits.
appreciates it when we expedite it. So I'm just trying to see in terms of your timeline deliverable, how this falls in. So we'll do our best and our project manager will get to you with that, within that.
Thank
But
you.
how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
We'll turn this around within the next 2 weeks, definitely.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, item number 23, 2019, 16BZ, 250-01 Northern Boulevard, Queens. This is Neil. Oh,
This is
Neil.
Neil.
Good morning.
Hi, good afternoon.
Do you have anyone else with you?
Yes, Jared Jones from Boulder Engineering, project architect engineer.
Jared, you're in? Mr. Jones?
I'm in now, I think. Yep, I'm in.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Raise your right hands. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Neil Weisbart on behalf of the applicant. Jared and I listened to the review session today and we're ready to respond to all questions. I'll start with the first question, which was, will the picket fence at the northern lot line be retained? And the answer to that is no, the picket fence will be removed and a double row of plantings will be provided. One is in arborvitae and winterberry planting, and the second row will be a juniper planting. The next comment is drawing needs to show no exit sign, and we will add Marathon Parkway, excuse me, and we will add that to the plans. There was a question about that there's a lot of mature evergreen trees, and why are we removing them and replacing that with topsoil? So actually, there's only 2 large trees on the site, on our side of the property, and one will remain, which is located behind the trash enclosure. And the other one on the northwest corner of the site will be removed as it will most likely not survive the site work that's proposed. However, McDonald's proposes to add 2 new oak trees along the northern property line and 2 new red maple trees along Marathon Parkway. So 1 tree is being removed, but 4 new trees are being planted. Also, the new grass that was referenced will only be planted along the northeast portion of the site near the trash enclosure. And that right now is just an asphalt area, so that will be a big improvement. Also, Madam Chair recommended extending the planting bed to prevent anyone from exiting on Marathon Parkway. And Jared and I spoke, and Jared will revise the plans and provide plantings there to prevent people from exiting onto Marathon.
Yeah, that would be a very simple solution and it will definitely make sure you guys don't have to constantly monitor who is illegally making that turn, in addition to having that sign. And signage, I mean, I don't know where you should have that no exit sign. This is people before they make the turn. So it's literally, it shouldn't be facing Marathon. It should be more like people that are coming in or whoever, whichever way you figure out the operation.
Right, we were thinking it would be facing within the site. So if people are thinking about leaving there, they'll see that sign.
Right, yep, okay.
Okay, there was a comment about BSA 07AA, which is not consistent with some of the other landscaping notes, and Jared will review that and make sure everything's consistent. Any green along the parking space along Marathon, and currently there's that guardrail right now. That will be replaced with a curb, which will prevent people from driving onto the sidewalk. Plantings will not work in this area as there's not sufficient room, but we believe the curb will do the job.
So the guardrail will be replaced with the curb. How high the curb would be? Because if the curb is not high enough, then the vehicles will be, the front of the vehicle will be hanging over the curb, and that poses a safety issue.
Correct. So the reason why there's the guide rail there is because the asphalt is more or less at the pavement level. But with the regrading, we're dropping it down 6 inches, so you have a 6-inch high curb there, and then the property. So effectively, it'll do the exact service of the guide rail. It just won't be the guide rail there.
Do you have a section that shows that?
I can add one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just making a note. Regarding the lighting, we will add the standard note about facing away from the residences. There was a comment about the tech memo, and Commissioner Speta had referenced that it has been provided. I just like to read the conclusion to the board, which states the modifications under consideration would not result in significant adverse environmental impacts consistent with EAS conclusions, and no further documentation or analysis is needed. There was a comment about adding the good neighbor signs, which we will add to the plans, the next submission. As far as complaints about noise and lighting, McDonald's has not heard any complaints. There was also a question about the signage board and the noise. There will be new signage, a new menu board that will be installed, and that will utilize ABC full time, all the time. Commissioner Shedd also had referenced that section on drawing BSA 013, section AA needs to be flipped, and Jared will take care of that.
And I'm sorry, double B as well, add to that. On the next page, section double B as well.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all those sections need to be consistent with the plans, the schedule, everything. I had a question. Can you add a note in your drawings regarding the AVC that the AVC will be on all the time?
Sure.
Yes, I can. Yep.
The other one is you're proposing to remove that picket fence, and you will have, you have already high trees there. These are evergreen trees along the northern lot line. That is.
There's no tree, there's a picket fence, a wooden fence right now that's covered with ivy, but there are no trees.
Oh.
I'm looking at Google Street View since review session.
Huh. Why do I seem to have this visual recollection of seeing pretty high, like shrubs and things like that next to the picket fence? I could be wrong.
There's a couple big trees on the residential properties after the.
Maybe, okay, yeah, yes, there are very tall trees oh, those are on the other side of the fence?
I only see some pine trees beyond that driveway even. So there is one tree on the northwest corner that along Marathon that will be removed, right, Jared? But we're going to be replacing that as well.
So my question is, with the removal of the picket fence and with trees being added.
Well, there'll be arborvitae back there as well, 2 rows of arborvitae and a row of juniper.
The question is the noise that will be emanating from the AVC, the menu board, will that be contained within the site? Now it's a little bit closer to the residential property than it was before. It's now 50 foot. It would be 50 foot before it was further in to the site. So that's a question I have. Will that, and I just need to look at the ABC monitoring diagram.
Yeah, so the more or less, it's 64 feet from the closest menu board to the property line at that angle. And with the AVC on, you're down to 52 decibels. This is not taking into account anything with, the tree reductions. So we think that's going to be sufficient. We don't need to provide any kind of extra sound barriers or anything like that just because of the distance.
That sound study seems to show that that area is very minimal impact. Because there's also that driveway behind the site that
That's the
separates.
driveway that's leading to the community center that's located.
Next to us, correct.
Driveway, yes.
Had a question, and that was with regards to how do the pedestrian, I did not see a clear pedestrian path for those who would park their vehicles, let's say along the Marathon Parkway frontage, and then they have to go into the restaurant, then they would be cutting through the driveway. There'll be the drive-through lane. So there has to be some secured pedestrian walkway signage provided.
So that's what we were thinking. Jared was explaining, he doesn't want to put a striping, because it could be confused for ADA accessibility. We were thinking about putting a sign that says active drive-through, proceed with caution, or if the board has any ideas about that.
Where would that sign be provided? That's what I'm trying to visualize.
Well, it would go somewhere on that sidewalk on the side of the building. It's more to visualize people in the drive-through, to watch for pedestrians, not so much the pedestrians walking across the asphalt. So it would be somewhere on that side. We've got to find a good spot because there also is a door there that I don't want to block, but it's more for the people in the drive-through lane so that they don't just take off.
Maybe when at the turn, right before they get to the pickup area, there's a sign there.
Can I make a suggestion where the vehicles are going to exit Northern Boulevard? Will there be a stop sign? There should be a stop sign, and that will definitely, this would keep somebody from.
So there's a stop sign on both sides of the curb cut on Northern.
Okay. And can you then also indicate it on the stripe it? So that would be one location. If somebody wants to walk past, at least the vehicle has slowed down.
Oh, you mean added to that sign there?
Did you do that, Jared?
Yep.
Great.
Okay, I can't see it in the plan. So when in your revised plans, just update those, indicate where all these signs would be located, and not just signs on a pole, but also if they need to be indicated on, if you need to stripe it, do that.
Yep, will do.
And then I believe the last comment from Commissioner Yoon was, what was the reason for some of the denials of the recommendation? I don't have an answer for that. They just voted no, but once we responded to all the community board's concerns, there was no indication that there would be negative votes, but I didn't go any further.
Okay, all right. They anyway approved it, so I was just curious if they had any specific concerns. Thank you.
I believe those were all the comments.
I believe so. I'm going through my notes. Okay. Any questions, additional questions? The commissioners are shaking their head, saying no. Let's go to the public.
I just want to make sure. Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2019-16BZ, 25001 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, our toll-free number. You will enter webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once anyone is permitted in, they will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Ask him about the time frame, Madam Chair.
Okay. How long? Thank you. How long will it take for you, Mr. to make these corrections?
Jared, do you need more than 2 weeks?
No, yep, I was gonna say a week or two.
2 weeks?
Yes.
I'm waiting for anybody to call in. I don't know if we can give you a June. We will get back to you on that. We have a pretty heavy calendar for June. But since we have not heard anything back, we haven't heard any.
I don't see
anybody call
anybody with
in.
their hands raised.
So our commission is okay if we were to close it, because the comments were not substantive, it's just making corrections to the plans. So then I make a motion to close, and then you should revise the drawings and provide a cover letter stating all the changes that you've made, and also submit a bubble plan indicating the changes.
Will do.
Make a motion.
Yes, motion to close, please.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Okay. Oh, somebody raised their hand?
Somebody just raised their hand. Jella.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry, I know you just closed, but literally this minute I received an answer to the inquiry from the community board.
Council, do we need to reopen the record?
Yes, please do. Please reopen the record.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, motion.
Yes, motion to reopen.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Record has been reopened. Please proceed, Ms.
Okay.
Prenga.
Ms. Prenga, please proceed.
So I just got it now at 1:13 PM. So I'm just going to read to you. This is from the district manager, Joseph Marziliano. It says, I'm attaching both the committee report and the public hearing minutes for that application. In short, I think you could sum up the minority's position opposed as follows. Some board members did not wish to see the play area removed. Also, a layer of traffic will be added if vehicles will have to circle the building for drive-through service. There should be proper signage stating that the Marathon Parkway entrance is not an exit.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know about that.
Okay. All right. So those were the concerns. I think, yes, the proposed physical change that we discussed would further eliminate any possibility of vehicle wanting to exit onto Marathon by extending the planting street bed. And it would only then allow for the entrance from Marathon and physically prevent any vehicles wanting to exit. So that is a very critical component, and that the applicant has agreed to put forward. So that is a good thing. With regards to the play area, yes, the play area will not be there, but I guess that's a business decision McDonald has taken, and that is not what is before this board. And with regards to the vehicles circulating, so instead of the play area, there would be a vehicular turnaround. So I guess any vehicle that is coming from Marathon can join the queue by turning in front along without going into Northern, but going through the property to join the queue. I'm assuming that's the purpose of that U-turn. And I think that is a better circulation than having the vehicles to come onto Northern Boulevard or any other way. So this is a better channelization of the vehicular movements and trying to contain it within the site. So I thought those were all positives. Commissioners, are you
The applicant, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Deputy
Applicant,
Director.
do you want to respond to it?
And no, I think you've just said everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's close again. Are no other recent submissions from anybody, Ms. Prenga?
This is just what I received at 1:13. Nothing else has been received.
And I really
Thank you.
appreciate you catching this in time and for it to be read into record. Thank you very much. Let's, close.
Motion to close. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
are going to take a 35-minute break for lunch. And we will continue with the appeals, continued and new cases. So right now it is, I'm going to round it to 1:20.
That's 1:20 and we'll take 30 minutes.
35 minutes, so that's 45. So 1:45, we will resume.
That's 20.
Sorry, 1:55. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, 1:55, my bad.
So we're taking a break and the board will resume at 1:55. Well, back to Jolene.
We are live.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 8th, 2023. Chella, could you move the screen? Okay, the appeals calendar, can I call? Yeah. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 24, 2020, 2022, 20A through 2022, 22A, 724, 726, 728, Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. So this is Todd Dale. Ready to go? We jumped it up. It jumps up, it does that. Can you join us, panelist, Mr. Dale? Hi, good afternoon. Do you have anyone else with you, Mr. Dale?
No, just me today.
Okay, you can state your name for the record and proceed. This is an appeals case and we do not swear you in.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to review session. And I understand that the board wishes to take additional time based on the most recent submissions that were submitted Friday. I understand that. I was just hoping to speak briefly to that submission and then also speak briefly to some comments made about the plans. I would just first say, it was not our intention to submit something on Friday afternoon, but that was when we first received the Department of Transportation letter nearly a year after this application was originally filed. And as noted in our response, despite submitting a letter on Friday, the Department of Transportation has still failed to answer the core question regarding inclusion of this site in the capital plan. And this is despite city planning acknowledging that it is not on the capital plan in its letter to the record, and also the do-it map submission that we provided to the board showing that there is no site in the vicinity or no capital plan in the vicinity of the site. What the Department of Transportation letter does center on is the activities of a theoretical project that's not under the authority of that agency. They only mentioned it in statement and didn't provide any supplemental information. However, included with our submission, we were able to provide to the board, and I know the board wants to take time to review it, but we were able to provide information regarding a theoretical bus rapid transit line for the North Shore that has originally a tentative fiscal year of 2027, so 4 years in the future, but it has not been finalized yet or approved. Review of that BRT proposal shows that this theoretical bus line is actually located on the north side of Richmond Terrace and not the south side, which is where the subject site is located. And it would involve using city and state land where the former North Shore rail line was located. So, despite DOT not including this information, we hope that this information will allow the board to review this project and realize that it does not conflict at all with the subject site and is actually irrelevant to the subject application. We would just also, I know it's been stated before, and I appreciate the board giving me the opportunity to state it again, but this application is seeking to permit development of private property. This is not city-owned property. It is not going to interfere with the existing sidewalks, which will be maintained, which I know was a concern raised by the community board. It would involve the addition of 1.5 curb cuts, but the city sidewalk would be maintained and it would not interfere at all with pedestrian access. I would also note that despite this mapping, the city has the authority, regardless of what's shown on the map, to condemn and acquire property if it's deemed appropriate to exercise the eminent domain rights for a potential project. So, regardless of what happens, the city would retain that right. And I would also note that we submitted this to the record that, should the board deny the application, the board does have the right to do that, that it would be considered a de facto taking based on cases that have been determined, Ward v. Bennett specifically. And then the city would be compelled to acquire this at market rate, the portion of the site that's within the map street. And I would just say at this point, It's really questionable what the benefit of that acquisition would be without additional acquisition, for any potential widening of the street, including just lots on this particular subject block. I think 6 or 7 have buildings that are already within the portion of the map street. So it would be impractical and nonsensical to just acquire just this particular lot. I know the board wants to review that submission. I can be available to answer any questions about that. But we think that it will show that DOT's letter is actually not relevant to this particular application, and that this theoretical project for the BRT would not interfere with this, or this subject site is not located within the site that would be developed for the theoretical BRT. Beyond that, I just want to speak to some specific plan items that were raised today and just hope to get some clarification from the board. I just want to confirm that the latest plan did show a 4-foot widening of the easternmost curb cut that would provide access to buildings. It was possible to widen that because a utility pole that was shown on an older survey is actually not there, so it was removed from the survey and the plan. We added that extra 4 feet because we were under the impression, mistakenly perhaps, and I apologize if so, that the board, wanted to make sure that there was improved access to the site. We take no particular position on the 18 feet versus the 22 feet, and we're happy to go back to 18 feet if that's what the board prefers. We just thought that the extra 4 feet just made it easier for access into the lot, into the 20-foot front yards, but we'll go 18 or 22, whichever the board prefers, and we can submit a revised plan accordingly. And then the last thing I would just say is just in response to, I believe it was something that Commissioner Yoon raised, the 3 vans that were shown, we just provided that to provide some context to reassure the board that the 20-foot front yards that are proposed would allow for internal access of typical cargo vans, which are generally around 19 feet in width. So it'd be possible to pull these cargo vans completely within the site, and they would not block the existing sidewalk. However, these are not proposed as voluntary parking spaces. No parking spaces are required and none are proposed. We just wanted to show the board that this would allow access to provide some extra assurance, but that these buildings are conforming and complying with all bulk and use regulations. We can remove those vans from the site plan if you believe that it creates confusion in regards to provision of parking spaces, but we just want to confirm that we're not proposing any parking spaces because we don't want to have that reflected on a CO or cause any issues going forward. It's just, it was shown just to demonstrate access. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I understand why you've provided it. We've gone over this a couple of times now. I still don't understand why we would approve a new curb cut or a widening of a curb cut if there's no automotive use on the lot, if there's no parking space or loading berth. I'm not sure if that's a statutory requirement for a curb cut, but just from a practical standpoint, if there is no parking space or loading berth on the site, then why would a curb cut be needed?
understood. I think it's because the warehouses, I mean, generally for these applications, we just provide site plans because that's what's historically been required by the board. But these proposed buildings would have like roll down gates. They would be very similar to the existing building that's immediately adjacent to the site. And the idea is that you could drive in temporarily to load and unload. It wouldn't be an actual loading berth. It's just the function of use, and curb cuts are very typical for these developments. I mean, I've been doing them for many years and we always have them. I understand what you're raising. I just think that the issue is if a curb cut's not provided, then you're encouraging, I would say that one of the concerns raised by the board is that it creates a situation where someone does want to unload and unload into the warehouse. I just think it creates more difficulties of potential pedestrian blockage, and the curb cut helps facilitate no blockage.
You have a question? Follow up? Go ahead.
Of course, I agree with that. And I'll have to defer to the board for institutional practice on curb cuts that lead to effectively nowhere. I think practically speaking, it doesn't make sense to me to grant one or to approve one on a drawing when, like I said, I don't want to repeat myself, but again, I'll defer to the board on the kind of past, how we've dealt with these.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Yoon's comment is well taken. It's why propose a curb cut if there is not any parking that's going to be provided, unless you're proposing that all loading and unloading will be occurring within the property and no such loading and unloading activity will be obstructing the curb, will be happening at the curbside, or we will be blocking the sidewalk. Now, the GCL 35 is it's a very narrow scope. So we need to be careful, and that's one of the reasons why if you're proposing the curb cut, it must be leading the vehicle somewhere, right? What is the purpose of it? So even though parking is not required, the intent is to make sure you're doing all your business activities within the property, parking your vehicles within the property. And given the mounting opposition that we are hearing, granted, some of them may have to do more with, we are not approving a use, we are not approving we are just allowing an as-of-right development to be located within a bed of a map street that is privately owned. That is the only action that is before us. However, we do have to be mindful of the pedestrian and vehicular issues. And whether or not the street bed is widened or not, there seems to be a momentum to improve the sidewalk, improve the roadway condition along the Richmond Terrace. So keeping that in mind, I think Commissioner Yoon's point is valid as to if the curb cut is leading to somewhere, it has to be based on something. And I would put that as a condition that there should be no loading and unloading by the curbside. It should be all within the building, and vehicular parking, we have seen cars would be parking on the sidewalk with the curb cut there, or, somewhere else. So utilize it. This is in your benefit. Whenever you're going to rent out the space, it is going to make it beneficial to indicate that you have parking on the site rather than having to compete with on-street parking. So I would say make use of it and indicate that as part of your proposal, and then you're in a better position for all the justifications you're making.
That's fine. just to assure the board, I want to make sure the board, we're very agreeable to whatever arrangement regarding 18 feet versus 22 feet, just like that. I can speak to the project architect and just confirm that there's not going to be any issue at Department of Buildings if voluntary accessory parking is listed, one for each building. And assuming that's not an issue, we're more than happy to change the zoning analysis and the statement to reflect that it's going to be one accessory, voluntary accessory space. That's not an issue. I'm not the architect. I don't want to commit to something right now and then have them come back to me and say, oh, Department of Buildings is going to raise an issue because of X, Y, or Z. So
fair enough. Use the architect when you have to make sure you're on the right track. But that we have seen oftentimes parking being provided when it's not required as
for sure. We can do that. The one question I would ask though, just to sorry to interrupt there, is just the board's preference versus 18 feet versus 22 feet. We're, as I said, we'll do either. I personally believe 22 feet's a little bit easier because it allows for more direct access, and I think it provides for safer access in and out. But if the board would prefer an 18-foot curb cut, we will 100% change it back to 18 feet.
I think 18 feet, I personally think 18 feet should be more than adequate because you're not going to see these. These are two business operations. If they are operating in tandem, there is a synergy understanding, and I'm sure when they're purchasing or renting the space, they know the curb cut is being shared by two lots. So with that clear understanding, that movement can be adequately addressed with the proviso that there should be no misuse of the sidewalk, therefore, or blocking the curb. Any opinion on that from the commissioners?
I think I agree with you. I think 18 should be plenty for a one-way curb cut.
Right, 18 should be plenty, okay.
So we will 100% get the plan changed to reflect an 18-foot curb cut. And we'll confirm with the architect that there is no issue. And if there are no issues, we will note that it's one voluntary accessory space for each of the buildings and reflect same on materials for the board. And I believe that's the only substantive change that would remain. We provided DEP with all the dimensions they requested, and you previously heard our thoughts on the timeliness and merit of Department of Transportation's letter.
We do appreciate you providing the response, but we need to review everything in totality, and everything that we do is precedence-based, so we need to make sure we have reviewed it thoroughly. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the public. Thank you.
So the case we are currently discussing. The case we are currently discussing is 2022-20A through 2022-22A, 724, 726, 728 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. The next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you're on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room right now, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So there are already 2 people in the room. Do you want me to wait for the clock to run out, or you want to sort? Okay, let me put this on pause. Okay. And I'll let this other person in too. Okay, so the first person, there's 3 people. So the first person, Mr. Kilcullen. Please unmute, Mr. Kilcullen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Name for the record, and I will give you 3 minutes to speak.
John Kilcullen, representing the St. George Civic Association as Chair of the Land Use Committee. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Just wanted to add to the letter that we had submitted a few months back, regarding this application. The St. George Civic has been working along with the New Brighton Coalition with the Department of City Planning to move forward their West Brighton Brownfield Opportunity Area program, which looks to do some community benefiting rezoning of Richmond Terrace, which these lots are included, which is including better access, pedestrian access, the BRT that was discussed before, better access to the waterfront, and exactly where this particular site is, better community town centers that actually have commercially benefiting. Right now, this Richmond Terrace is zone manufacturing from St. George all the way down to Arlington. By putting in garages, basically roll down garages, is not something the neighborhood needs or wants. And just down the road from this particular 2 lots down is a new local brewery that's going to be a restaurant and add to the ongoing commercial redevelopment that's already occurring, as tight as it is in a fully manufacturing zone. So that's why the Civic is opposed to this application. And lastly, from this point forward, going to the ferry, which is going eastbound, no development has occurred that would prohibit the widening of the terrace to allow for bus. Currently, there are no bus pull-offs. It's a 2-lane roadway. And by further allowing this to go into the roadway, I know the applicant had mentioned about eminent domain. At this point, DOT has expressed interest. They may not be putting it in paper, but they've expressed interest that this could help facilitate better traffic flow in and out of downtown St. George. So that's why the St. George Civic is currently opposed to said application. Thank you. And I didn't turn my camera on, but thank you very much for hearing our testimony today.
Thank you.
Next person is, the last number is 439.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Lindy Peter Criscitelli. I am the president of the New Brighton Civic. And as John mentioned, and actually, having to listen to this for over 4.5 hours during a workday, it moved me that the commissioner seems to get what's going on. When you said the momentum, it warmed my heart as just a average, voter citizen who's trying not to leave New York, because that's the whole idea. As John said, this is our main corridor to the Staten Island Ferry, and if there's one thing anybody in the other boroughs knows about Staten Island, it's the Staten Island Ferry. And what has been taken care of lately, pre-COVID, was the momentum of the opposite way, the Bay Street area, where the rail already exists. And there was a Bay Street, rezoning, and there's buildings going up and much needed housing for the area, and the commercial, we're a food desert. And so that momentum is what those of us that don't want to move, but will if we don't get this right zoned and corrected, it's a dangerous situation. That area of Richmond Terrace has gone unused and abandoned, but yet is the main area for us in the New Brighton community to get to the ferry. And during rush hour, it is backed up. We spoke to FDNY, we've spoken to city planning, we've spoken to DOT, as some of my neighbors say, it's alphabet soup, HPD, because HPD is looking to build housing up the street from it, much needed housing. And the momentum is what is exciting us, keeping us here. And as John said, finally, in terms of the BRT being hypothetical, that's because of COVID. COVID stopped the momentum there, but with the new transportation bills and stuff like that, it is desperately needed. That corridor backed up with traffic. The bike path along there is actually in the road. It's with the cars. It's just there in theory. Like they put the little bike picture, but it's right where the cars back up on the way to the ferry terminal. So that area needs to be desperately widened, not any possible land given away from that. So that's why the community is thinking this is the worst time to put garages there. The other thing, with all due respect to the gentleman, he's absolutely right. You can't, take land away without compensation. And so the landowner is going to be, rightfully taken care of just by the process that's normally built into these type of things in our democratic republic. So, but as far as like that area, Richmond Terrace, where already the cars back up all the way there to the ferry, and during rush hour time, the rest of the time is a different issue. And there's a public housing project just a couple of blocks away, the Richmond Terrace houses right there on Richmond Terrace. It's an accident waiting to happen on a poor kid on a bike or walking, and we need more walkability, not less. And the idea that these cargo vans are going to pull in and not disrupt the already congested traffic flow there on Richmond Terrace.
You need
just
to wrap
ridiculous.
up. Your 3 minute is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
And you, if you have more to state, please do submit it in writing. We read every comments that we get from the public. And we did receive a bunch today. We did our best to review them, but if you missed yours, please submit them with the comments. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, and the next person is someone who dialed in last 3 digits of 340.
Hi, my name is Rose. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So again, my name is Rose Yushinowski. I'm calling representing both the St. George Civic Association and the New Brighton Citizens Committee. I am a local resident of New Brighton. I want to speak more to the context behind the community's opposition to this project. As has been stated in both letters and public commenting today, there has been momentum for rezoning and beautifying Richmond Terrace. Richmond Terrace has been zoned for heavy manufacturing since the 1950s. And so the project that we're discussing today is, properly zoned for that, but that zoning no longer fits the community's needs. I know that that is outside of, what you can control. However, there is momentum to change that. And if we are, the more land that is given away to projects under, old zoning, the less we'll have to work with when we finally get the zoning we need. And we are currently working with the Department of City Planning to get that zoning. When it comes to the bus rapid transit project, again, that was under hold because of COVID. That is, it's finally becoming active again. Work on that project. That'll create much, more benefits for the corridor that we need, but we need all the public space in the corridor that we can get to make these projects happen. Richmond Terrace, there is a likelihood that Richmond Terrace will need a widening. If we give away public space, then it only creates more impediments. Right now, I walk on Richmond Terrace all the time, and there is simply, it's not meant for people who live there. And thousands of people live along Richmond Terrace, and there is nothing. I try riding my bike down Richmond Terrace, and you're putting your life in your hand. Adding more garages is not going to help with this. There is a bike lane that's completely useless because of cars and trucks, and because of other garage owners who, I know it's not the fault of the developer here, but other garage owners who have covered the bike lane in black paint to literally just make it go away. So this is an area that's been fighting for the people who live there for decades. The city is finally listening to us, and we're just trying to, keep as much space as we can. We can't change what the developer here decides to do with privately owned property that's not on the street bed, but the least we can do is protect the street bed, is protect what should be public. Because that, the public needs all the space that it can get to improve conditions in what is an environmental justice zone. So yeah, that's about what I want to say today. And I just, I thank you for hearing what we've been saying. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. I do appreciate community's concern and sending us your letters, your opinions. I just want to make it very clear for everybody who's listening in. What is before us is not a change of use or permitting a use. What is before us is we have a site. The site is being proposed to be developed pursuant to what the current zoning regulation is. City planning may be looking at a rezoning somewhere down the road, but that particular timeline is not being nailed down, and that particular proposal is not being nailed down. Same thing with DOT's interest in wanting to improve the Richmond Terrace has not been identified, at least not, and that's one of the research that we are also looking into, is how real the proposal is, and is there a capital improvement plan? What is before us is it's called GCL 35, which gives this board the ability for properties that are located within the bed of Map Street, that is privately owned, not city owned at all, to be able to justify the need to build within the bed of Map Street. Now, in this case, the applicant is not proposing to build all the way onto the sidewalk or to the property. It is just going to build up to where the existing sidewalk is, and the sidewalk will remain as is. There's no change that is being proposed to that width of the sidewalk. What we are looking at is there a capital improvement plan for the next year or 10 years? If there is, then that is something that we factor in to the review. And the response that we got from DOT, though late, it is an important one, and we are looking into it.
The only thing I would add is if at some point there is a capital improvement project, the city would then acquire the property that it deems it needs. So this project in and of itself wouldn't hinder any beautification or growth.
And this is really another way, thank you, Vice Chair Shiveta, for bringing that. It's really buyers beware. I mean, it's really for whoever is going to use this site, build this site, develop this site, is doing it with that risk. Okay.
Are we done?
Any other?
Any other speakers?
Any other speakers who has not spoken?
No, let's see any hands up.
Thank you. Thank you all for your participation. Truly appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Yeah, I have a question for that.
Commissioner
Mr. Dale, would you be open to like make part of the structure north of the widening line shown on the site plan as a temporary structure? Would that be possible?
It's not really feasible for what the use is, and I don't believe that there's any reasonable reason to develop it that way. I mean, right immediately next door is an existing building similar to what's being proposed.
Mr. Dale?
This block alone, 7 different structures that are already there, that if in the future a project were to be developed to widen on the south side of Richmond Terrace, you know, would add a mere percentage to the cost to the city to acquire and condemn all of those different parcels. You know, if everything else was vacant, then I could understand doing something like that. But this is a situation where there's already several existing lots that are currently developed with that portion. And it just doesn't make sense for what's being proposed here. And I would just like quickly to respond to some of the things raised by the community. And I would just like to echo what the chair said. I appreciate the time that everybody took to speak here, and I wish them the best of luck with their, you know, community involvement in the project. But I just want to just clearly state for the record that there's been no city project active since 1968 for this area. That's over 50 years. And I know there's been discussion about various projects, but the reality is that holding this property owner hostage and not allowing them to develop their privately owned property and forcing them to pay property taxes while they're being held hostage and not allowed to develop creates a situation where they're bearing the burden for this theoretical project when there's no guarantees it'll move forward because nothing has been active for over 50 years. I would also note, though, that if the community wants to take a look, the city already owns several parcels of land on the north side of Richmond Terrace, many of which involved with the former North Shore rail line, and that those currently owned parcels, most of which are vacant and undeveloped, and are noted in the submission that we made in response to the DOT letter, would allow for a widening of Richmond Terrace and the rapid transit bus line without condemning it or requiring privately owned parcels. There's an easy solution here to what the community wants with land that is already owned by the city that would involve taking of the southern parcels. And then the last thing I just want to make a comment is that, you know, I understand that the questions were raised, but just to assure and just to point out to, you know, members of the community who are here that this site is proposing a 20-foot front yard, unlike many of the other garages that are currently fronting on Richmond Terrace. And that allows for unloading and loading within the property line that wouldn't disturb the sidewalk and wouldn't disturb the existing bike lane. And that it's actually, I would say, a more conscientious design because it does recognize the fact that we don't want to disturb the sidewalk. And that's what this 20-foot front yard allows.
Understood. I got it. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Dale. And thank you for understanding why we were pushing for why Commissioner Yoon's question was important to be responded to. So I don't think we have any other speakers on this. And we want to thank you, Mr. Dale, for providing the information and the history. We cannot close on this case yet because we need to review and understand fully the all the submissions, and we will schedule a hearing date, follow-up hearing date, and meanwhile you'll have to revise the plans using an 18-foot and with the notes of no loading and unloading by the curbside, sidewalk, all of those, and a letter to that effect. And that accessory parking would be provided. So
Understood, we are able to get that plan in very quickly. I would just make a request from the board, and I understand from earlier hearings that the June calendar has been very full, and I appreciate the comments, but for this particular case, I believe since much of the delay was outside the hands of both the board and the applicant, while we were waiting for other city agents to respond, it would be very much appreciated if this could be set for a return appearance in June because of the particular circumstances of this matter.
I appreciate that. I really truly cannot promise it. We are way overbooked on the June calendar. So I will do I'm not promising anything, but we will get back to you. And meanwhile, please submit your revised plans and a letter confirming, agreeing to all those other elements that we discussed. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, next case, sorry. Why is it? Oh, did I let him in already? Okay. Item number 25, 2022-97 and 98A, 209-215 Claremont Avenue, Staten Island. Those the neighbors who spoke before, you can no longer speak. We're on another case, but you can make submissions to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. Mr. Rampula, please join us. Was it not let me do it?
Yes, no problem. Sure.
Got him in? Just mine is not. Put your camera on, Mr. Rampula.
There's two of us here, Peter and Philip.
Okay, you don't have to be sworn in. It's an A case. Hi, Mr. Rampula's.
I apologize to the board. I missed the review session.
No, we had so many questions.
I apologize.
Yep.
Okay, so during the review session, we discussed that you issued a detailed cover letter. The statement of facts amended to note that the owner does not own any surrounding lots, and you also included a hardship statement. You showed the building behavior plan for each lot, and you discussed the septic tests that are approved for each lot, tanks that are approved for each lot, and you submitted a new firm map. I did not have any much other comments from other commissioners. Does anyone want to add something?
I think the only comment I had was, can trees be planted on that sidewalk that is being proposed?
And then I had a comment on whether it was a sidewalk because it's indicated as a no walk on the BPPs.
Yeah.
Correct. There is no sidewalk because that was eliminated, and it's because it's at the dead end of the dead end of the street, and there was no reason for it. And to maintain a 34-foot wide distance was between curbs was more important, but it does not negate the requirement for street trees. So yes, we'll make sure that they're on there.
And the drawing says no walk. What is that? What is that?
You said there's no sidewalk.
Oh,
There's
there
no
is.
sidewalk.
That's what it is.
And there's no requirement for a sidewalk, you're saying?
No, there is not.
Do we want to go to the public?
Yep, let's go to the public. Any other questions or comments for the Rampulas?
Mr. Rampula, just please watch the rest of the video and the review session before responding.
Okay.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-97A and 2022-98A, 209-215 Claremont Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number should you be outside the city limits. Enter webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. And the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long will it take for you to make those corrections, or just add trees to the plans?
A few days.
Okay, all right.
Well, shouldn't it take a little more because we wanted him to, he needs to review the review session tape.
All right, you
Because,
need to review the review
Council
session date
discussed,
also.
made a discussion about hardship or something.
Oh, right, the hardship, yes.
I think his hardship is acceptable. All I did was gave him advice as to whether in the future to include how onerous it is to do a mapping action when there's such a small unit.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
I stand corrected, Commissioner. Thank you.
Tony, when's the earliest the tape will be up? Another week?
No, like tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Rampulla, the video is actually live streamed and right after the hearing, it's available.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in real time.
Okay. I think pretty much most of our questions were responded to. The correction can be made after. I'm proposing to close the hearing, and between now and the decision, you can revise the plans. And based on the revised plan, we'll take the vote.
Okay, great.
I unfortunately cannot give you a date for the decision because our June calendar is really backed up. So if there is any space, we will consider it. Our project manager will get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta. Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
New cases, item number.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
thank you, Mr. Rempoulis. New cases, item number 26, 214, 13A, 219, 08, 141st Avenue, Queens.
This is Mr. Sefola.
Yeah.
Okay,
You're in,
there's
Paul.
Mr. Se-
Raise hand.
Yeah, we hear you, Mr. Safaro. Do you have video,
Okay.
Mr. Safaro?
I do, but I don't see it coming through, just my name.
Oh, the lower right-hand side? Lower left-hand side, sorry, left, right. Yeah, sorry.
Huh.
Unmute, Mr. Safaro. There we are. Hi. How are you, sir? Unmute yourself, Mr. Safaro. Thank
I
you.
have
Good, good. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Paul Safaro, the applicant.
Okay, you heard the review session. You want to respond?
Yes, I was at the review session. Before responding to the notice of comments, I had some questions as the reason why I didn't respond sooner. But it seemed from the notice of comments that you weren't aware that the work had been completed. It was actually completed when I filed the application. And the questions regarding having a schedule for completion of work are irrelevant, as well as projected expenditures, since the work had been completed, signed off, construction was signed off in February of 22. And we had supplied all of the documentation that we had available to show what the additional expenses were to completion. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. So I'll respond to the notice of comments and address the issues that were raised and get it to you as soon as I can.
I had a question, and that is, how much time do you need to obtain the CO?
Generally, I would ask for 6 months. However, looking at the sign-off sheet from Department of Buildings, you see the major elements. Some of them are dated. It's been a while since I've been at the building department, but generally they have timeframes where if you have a sign off, even when it says final sign off, if you go beyond a certain time, I think a year, if memory serves, they want it updated, which means another inspection and whatever the consequences of that might be. So I might be inclined to ask for more time before submitting the notice of comments with that projected schedule. I'll speak to the architect, Mr. Vukulon, and see if he can give me a time frame on what the current standards are for updating these inspections.
Yeah, so I think somewhere, I don't know how I got this number, like 18 months is what I was thinking of, but if you need 2 years or something, if that's sufficient, I mean, this is something you can let us know, because that's not, we're not going to vote and close on this today, but.
That would be fine. What I would do is speak to Mr. Vukulon, get the time frame. He imparted to me the information that he was at the building department ready to have the CVO issued, and they just objected because of the time allowable by the BSA had expired. That was the only issue that they had. And I look and I see that there are some other items that are listed on the printout that shows that they've been signed off and shows what the required items are. There are a few, many of them are clerical, but I'd like to go over with him once more and make sure we're actually at that point.
Yeah, so please do consult your architect and let us know as to
I'll
how.
do that. I'll include that in the notice.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Everybody's shaking their head, saying no. Let's go to the public.
Sure. The case we're currently discussing is 214-13A, 219-08, 141st Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will raise your *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this case, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand that is in the bottom of your screen. Waiting for the clock.
How soon will you be able to get back to us with that timeline?
I'll get back to you sometime this month. I know you don't have time in June, but I obviously before July, I'd be able to give you a response.
Okay. So we will schedule this for July. I'm going to make a recommendation to close this application.
Okay. Just give me 1 second.
Was there anything in the response to the notice of comments that was needed that was substantive? Because that was.
We still should respond to it if it's.
No, you do need, actually, thank you for bringing that up. I
Oh, we just closed. Oh, all right.
No, we did not close.
We didn't close.
This was a comment that was raised by Vice Chair Shabeta. There were questions that were raised in the notice of comment, and you need to respond to those. So you need to revise the statement of facts and respond to all the comments that were raised in the notice of comments, because our questions are exactly the same as those that were raised in notice of comments. So you need to do that and also provide the time you need to obtain the CO.
I'll do that. That was my intention.
Okay. So you want to make a motion to close?
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon, for bringing that to my attention. I make a motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Safaro. It's nice to see
Thank
you.
Likewise, thank you.
Last item is item number 27, 2022-45A, 155 Skillman Street, Brooklyn. And this is Alexia Lanzensman.
While we're waiting, can I correct something I stated in the review session? I mentioned that the construction cost of 1.9 million would.
Oh, where we just called another case.
No, this is.
This is for this
particular
case.
Oh, for this case? Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
okay, I'm sorry.
Figured while we're waiting. I
Okay.
said it would amount to about $200 a square foot of construction cost, but that was incorrect. I think it's closer to 149. I just rechecked the calculation during the break, so wanted to correct my statement from earlier.
Okay. Hello, Ms. Landsman. We don't have to swear you in, but do you have other people with you?
Good afternoon, everybody. I have Richard LaBelle here and myself from Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. We have attended the executive session and we have heard all of the board's comments. The initial comment was with regards to the certificate of occupancy. There was a question about why the certificate of occupancy wasn't obtained prior to the zoning change. I spoke to the management company on this, and they basically explained that at the time that the building was going through construction and trying to get the final CO, the apartments were being sold off. And so by the time that the audit came, there was different owners in the building. And so the person who was responsible for initiating the construction was no longer affiliated with the project and effectively lost touch with this project and stopped working on it. And so we have a lot of owners of the condominium working together to try to obtain the certificate of occupancy, which has been a little bit of a struggle for them to just cooperate and work together collectively to get that done. Another question was with regard to the stop work order. It's my understanding the stop work order is directly related to the zoning change. And so the permit was revoked once the certificate of occupancy wasn't obtained. And so they have hired Moses Katz and Associates, which is an architecture firm who's helping them with expediting and trying to remove all of the violations and obtain the certificate of occupancy. I was told by Moses Katz himself that when they went to the DOB referred them to the BSA, and they had requested that they get the vested rights grant before they go back to the DOB to resolve the violations. With regards to the specific violations on this.
Landsman, yeah.
I understand that the stop work order was a year before the change in zoning.
Right. Yeah, based on the letter that has been provided, the timeline that was provided by you, your states that the stop work order was issued in
2011.
2011, and the rezoning was 2012.
So it wouldn't make sense for them to give you a stop work order based on zoning that hasn't changed yet.
Yes.
Not even being adopted. Yeah.
Yeah, based on the BIS system, it says that there was revoking the certificate of occupancy, revoking the permit. However, I'm happy to go back and clarify that in a cover letter and dive deep into exactly what happened and just provide further details upon our next submission for that.
Yeah, if they could be supported, so we don't have to make any.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, just as an aside on that, Commissioners, Richard LaBelle of Sheldon LaBelle, the stop work orders that were issued were based upon the percentage of work completed. So there may have been some misunderstanding about the nature of the oncoming zoning change, because percentage of work completed would refer to either vested rights under a statutory framework or as we are here in common law. So the stop work orders themselves didn't really relate as much to any substantive areas of construction as it did to the percentage of work completed. And that's for both stop work orders that were issued in 2011.
I appreciate it. I just don't think that we should base it on opining. I think.
Sure, understood.
And then finally, with regards to the financials, Commissioner Yoon, you were correct that the financials were the ones that were provided to me. As I said, the ownership is the people who bought the apartments later on. And so they provided the financials that they had on file. And I'll clarify that in the cover letter, just to showcase that this is the extent of the financials that we have to show that there was substantial loss if this vested rights is not granted.
Okay, I assume there's no ability to obtain any of that information from the original developer. I cannot believe that you were able to close on condos without a certificate of occupancy. Not you, but
yeah,
Miles, who would ever let that happen?
I honestly can't tell you. I can't speak to that. I have been speaking with the architect who's hired to kind of resolve and pick up the pieces of this, and he's scratching his head just like you are about it. I mean, it's been a little bit of a disaster for them. So, yeah. I believe that is the extent of our comments, which we're happy to clarify with their next submission as far as the violations and the stop work order and the financials. I believe those were all of the comments that were
I
made.
believe that, I'm sorry, did you have an opportunity to speak about the egress issue that DOB noted?
Yes, so he will be resolving that with DOB once they get the vested rights grant. So the DOB hasn't been giving them any appointments to even work on issues, is what I was told.
Can you tell me the nature of the egress issue?
I'm happy to provide that with the submission in more detail. I don't have that information specifically.
Okay, so
Because when I checked on the BIS system, I didn't see anything directly related to the egress. That was only in the letter that was submitted to Tony from the DOB. So we have to find out more.
Okay, so we did have a bit of a discussion about the egress issue during our review session. If you could just listen to that again so we don't repeat it and answer those questions, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
And what is the time frame of correcting these violations?
I mean, I think by the time we get all the information, I think we can probably get it ready between 2 to 3 weeks. I know that you guys are busy, but if we can try to squeeze this in, this is just information that we can get to you in a submission pretty quickly.
I know. So my question was, how long will it take to resolve the violations, the egress violations?
Yeah, Chair, yeah, we can get that information. I would note the board's comments from review session that we're dealing with two distinct issues here. In front of the board now is the vested rights application. And while there may be egress issues which would need to be addressed, those are currently in front of the Department of Buildings and are not really in front of the board. So to the extent that, for example, the egress issues did take, let's say, several months to cure, the distinct issue of whether or not the applicant satisfied vested rights analysis, I believe, is something that the board would be able to weigh in on. We don't know really right now whether or not, and DOB, has decided not to come to the hearing and would not weigh in on the nature of the egress violation issues. But appropriately, the board is faced with the decision of whether or not vested rights application should lie here. And we feel that with regards to that, that is clear.
Sure. I understand what you're saying. And while I agree that I don't believe that this will disturb the vesting, potentially the egress issue could be such a large, massive issue that it would say that the work wasn't done to substantially with regard to being in line with the permit. So it wasn't done appropriately. And then we'd have to factor out how much of that wasn't done appropriately. So we just want to know the scope of what was not made to plans so we can put that in our record to say that that's not, it's not a significant factor.
Understood, Vice Chair. We'll provide some clarification on that on a going forward basis. We note that the foundations themselves were 100% complete as of the vesting date, which in and of itself would lead to a finding of vested rights analysis. In addition, cases which have been decided by the courts over the past several years have indicated that post-zoning change modifications to a building would not otherwise disturb a finding of vested rights. Specifically, that's the Gravi LLC versus Board of Standards and Appeals case, which was decided eventually by the Court of Appeals. So, but again, we understand issues surrounding egress and other issues are of some importance to the board. And having said that, we'll provide what clarity we can. Of course, as Ms. Landesman notes, often in these cases, it's challenging because the applicant is not itself in control of the original information, but we'll get you what we can and hopefully it would be sufficient for us to move forward towards a grant.
I have full confidence in you and your firm's diligence on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll go to the public. All right, let's go to the public.
So the case we're currently discussing, oops, sorry. Put my thing away. That was not too smart. Sorry about that. 2022-45A, 155 Skillman Avenue, Skillman Street, I stand corrected, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. You will enter webinar ID number 860-7222-7904 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Sorry.
I think, Ms. Landesman, you indicated it will take you 2 to 3 weeks to respond to all the comments.
Yes, I believe that should be sufficient.
We I think you're all hearing me, is that we will try our best for June, but I cannot promise it. So our project manager will get back to you.
Understood. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
One
Oh, not yet. Sorry.
When you do go through our questions, it makes sense to update the serious loss with your current built FAR and
Yeah.
what's actually allowed for residential.
Sure.
And same thing with the R6B, because that was another one of our
Right.
conversations.
Sure. And Commissioner Otley Brown, the current build, which we can discuss upon resubmission is a roughly 2 which exceeds the current permitted 2 FAR by a significant amount. So we can share that with the board.
Yeah, I think we
You
just,
blanked out.
we
when you
blanked
said
out
it.
right when you said the FAR.
2.8.
2.8,
Mhm.
correct.
Okay. Is any hands up? Just for the record, there are several people named in the waiting on this list. So if any of those people were for any other cases, you can make a submission to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. I don't see anyone else raising their hands.
No.
There's about 4 other people's names there that just didn't participate. Maybe they're
No.
just listening in.
Well, Mr. Kilcullion was for the previous.
No, there's Mr. Crescitelli, Mr. Ferdinand, Ms.
Okay.
Forday.
All right.
I don't know. They didn't raise their hands.
All right.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Ferdinand is now raising his hand. Sorry, spoke too soon. Okay. Mr. Ferdinand, are you calling about this case? Skillman Street? Mr. Ferdinand? Please unmute.
Oh, hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, are you calling about Skillman Street, sir?
No, I'm calling about a different case, but I didn't hear my number and I was wondering if
Oh,
you
I'm
guys
very
were
sorry.
closing out.
I do apologize if you missed your
Yeah.
case. As I said before, if you have comments regarding any of the cases that are on the calendar today, we will welcome testimony at submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
And if I didn't hear my number,
Excuse me, sir?
if I didn't hear my calendar number, what should I do?
What is the calendar?
What is the calendar number, sir?
22-2022-78 BZ. B as in boy, Z as in zebra.
Oh, I think that's on tomorrow, sir.
That's for tomorrow.
Thank
Lots
you.
for tomorrow. Okay,
Thank you so much.
thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Before we go, Ms. Landesman, if you could update the statement of facts, maybe you already said this with the description of the financials, just because the format of it and the lack of clarity on that will need something for the record.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, so
We will continue. We need to look at the full set of documents before we can close on it.
yes,
So,
okay, great.
Yeah.
So this concludes the public hearing for May 8th, 2023. We will resume tomorrow.
we will get back to you as to when it's going to be scheduled. We'll do it at the earliest possible. If there is any room in June, we'll try to, but if not, definitely July.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now this concludes the public hearing for May 8th, 2023.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone. Have a great evening.
May 8th.
May 8th, 2023.